5 minutes late. Oh shoot! I was supposed to reset the internet too. Blah 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 blah. I'm like the guy from San Diego. And F you, San Diego. Blah 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 blah. Get the voice going. Blah 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 blah. Mic check. Mic check. Let's see if that camera works better. Ish. Check 1, 2, mic check. Can you guys hear that mic okay? You can hear that okay? Mic 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing out there? We got a bunch of stuff coming online here in the next week. It's going to be pretty cool. We're launching segments on the show on the 1st coming into February. We're going to switch over to, we'll ask you for some of your input on this. We'll find out this morning. We got some changes coming, so we'll ask you. You're the audience, and we're going to ask you what your thoughts are on some changes that we're making before we make them, as we do want your input. Can you see me more clearly this morning? I made some changes on the... I should move this thing over. I don't know. Move that over there, maybe. I'm trying to brighten up the camera. I heard that you guys can barely see me, so I was changing the ISO this morning. And we're going to get right into it right now. You should be able to see me a little bit more clearly. Let me know if the camera is brighter. A buzz cut. Dude, we should do that. I would totally do that. Let's talk about the buzz cut. I would cut my hair. We should chat about that at some point. I made the camera view a little bit tighter as well. I could probably make it smaller. It's probably a little bit too big. Let's see if I can I go over there and change this at least? I made the screen for Bookmap slightly smaller. You really just need you need to know where major support and resistance is. We made this a little bit smaller. Every 6 months to a year around here, we switch things up. Chaz comes on and often gives pointers saying, we like this, we don't like that, or there's a time when I was focusing on myself, then I didn't focus on myself, like I made my picture smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And then Chaz was like, they're here to listen to you talk all day long and blab about all kinds of stupid shit. And they want to see your face every once in a while. So we move the camera over here, and then Bork is now saying, Bork made a suggestion to make the chart down below, instead of 2 or 3 charts, make it one chart that rotates between other charts. So I don't know if you noticed that, but yesterday, I think, or the day before, we switched to a rotating single chart on the bottom screener. So we're gonna we're gonna shift some stuff around. You'll end up seeing the down on the right hand side of the screen, down below here, down below your screen, the box that's down here, this box right here, whoop, that box down there. We're going to switch up what that says down there coming into the 1st of February. That stuff down there is all going to change. And I think I'm going to change the your comments that are shown on. Some people watch us on a TV.
In 5 minutes time.
Some smart TVs
we see the release of
have a chat box on the right-hand side. Some do not. So I post the chat here because some people don't get to see the chat. Depending on how they're watching.
The change.
But I'm going to change the chat too. It's going to be more like bubbles that pop up and then disappear, I think. Like it shows just like one bubble with a comment for like 2 or 3 seconds so that you can read it and then it goes away. I don't know. We're going to check that out too. I got a couple technical things I got to do here as the stream starts here too. So give me just 2 seconds, and then I've got and then I'm going to get to, I have a big question for you. So we'll ask that question this morning. Give me just a couple seconds here. Sort by newest. We have big changes coming, like major changes coming, and I don't want it to be too freaky. I don't want it to be like jarring, so maybe we introduce them slowly. I don't know. We have a lot of change. We've been running. You guys may have noticed this, and some of you probably have noticed, and some of you probably have not. But we've tested different segments. The past year and more recently, I've been running different segments, and so we're going to talk about that this morning too, because they could be jarring as they roll out with the website and all of this stuff. Let me see if I got that right there. Give me one quick second here. Here, we'll switch to talking directly to viewers. So I think that this is a little bit clearer. I think you can see the studio a little bit better. Hope that you can. Anyways, switching back right now. And I still have some levels to put in. Today we're going to focus on Visa, Intel. On the bottom screen, you're going to see SPX, Gamma. You're going to see QQQ's Tech. And then the two major reports for the day will flash on the screen all day long for you. Now, both INTC and Visa, or just a highlight here. We've been on this discussion since earlier in the week. And actually started 2 weeks ago. CTA, or maybe even further, we were highlighting CTAs being long the market, right? Then CTAs were fully on board the market. Then we know where the CTAs are sellers. We've highlighted that. And then we came into earnings season, and you can fairly easily see where CTAs are long. Netflix, you could see the run up into their earnings, right? And they were looking for any excuse to monetize. So you saw a nice big push up higher. They monetized, took their money. So they're still on the market, but they're monetizing as earnings season takes place, right? Now, you also saw yesterday they were short or not long Tesla, and we saw Tesla go to the depths of hell, right? So they're monetizing that at the same time too, right? And IBM, they ran IBM up into their earnings, and they're long the market. We know this. And they're taking the money and monetizing IBM. Now, today, at the end of the day, we have INTC and Visa reporting. And if any of you are tracking those two stocks, they've been ramping those up into their earnings. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to happen, but if they fucking fart, if Visa or INTC says anything, not bullish, just neutral, they'll likely get monetized to the upside. It could be a mixed bag. They'll monetize to the upside. So all they got to do is come in with a reasonable earnings, and they could miss by a 0.1 or 0.2 or something, and have a decent guidance, not terrible guidance, and they'll likely monetize both of those tickers after the close today. Now we do have something to look at on SPX specifically.
0.664 million.
We're going to talk about that as well.
The change at 8%.
We have setting up right now
10%.
this previous high from yesterday, right up here. So I'm just watching this closely today to see if we can catch a new high, or if we fail the new high and begin to roll down slightly. But otherwise, this is what I'm watching. This is what I'm looking for this morning on SPX, is can it get above and begin to establish some form of a base here. We'll look at the Gamma profile at some point too this morning and talk about that. where we are and where we're headed into today. They're going to monetize today, likely, right? Thursday is normally monetization day, and then they begin to take profit into Friday for the week. So we'll chat about that as well. It would not shock me to see some kind of pin today and then a roll down into Friday to monetize the week. As we've had a great week. It's been an outstanding week. And we'll take a look at the seasonality calendar today as well. Matter of fact, I got to put that on the list. The next thing we're going to talk about this morning. I got to post the streams on Twitter. Hold on. I should probably write that down. Post stream on Twitter.
Money markets price in an 80% chance of a first 25 basis point rate cut in April from 60% before
buying
the
and
ECB
selling.
statement.
And we're going to talk about some stuff this morning. We got some stuff to chat about this morning. So let me post this really quick on Twitter. Post the streams on Twitter. I haven't been spending a lot of time on Twitter. I've been very busy with changes to Discord, meetings with attorneys, meetings with partners, meetings with admins and moderators and content creators and all that kind of stuff. We're trying to line up alliances. We're doing one of the things we're launching is a Trade the Trigger network. Trade the Trigger network. So what does that entail? We're going to do INTC. So we're going to review INTC today, and we're going to review Visa today. Now, we began what we started doing. What we started out here as a free service for retail investors. INTC Visa. We started here. The reason we started everything that we do here is because there was a moment where I was tuning in every day to a live stream while I traded. So my trading behavior before we began doing what we're doing, I had a routine. Most of you have a routine, right? So I had a routine. Every night I would watch 2 or 3 shows, recorded shows on YouTube. Bob Kendall. Who else did I watch? I watched FX Evolution. I'd watch him. I'd watch Figuring Out Money. Watch him as well. Here are the guys. And then in the morning, I'd get on Twitter. I'd get on Wall Street Bets. I'd get on to investing.com. Check them out late night. Then I'd get on Twitter. And then I'd get on Wall Street Bets, right? And then I'd get in the morning. In the morning when the trading days began, I would get into a Discord. Matter of fact, some of you were in that Discord with me. I was in another service's Discord, $600 a month. And then I listened to a live stream all day long. That live stream I listened to all day long became defunct. And I started to look around. I started to look around for another live stream, and I couldn't find one, or one that I liked. A lot of the live streams that I found, they were either very obscure or evasive or esoteric or intentionally giving you 2 sides to their thoughts, or they were fist pumping like bros. Like, what's up, bro? I'm bringing you on the show, bro. We're going to fist pump all day long. That kind of stuff. So it wasn't helpful to me, didn't keep me entertained, wasn't useful, wasn't easy to understand, and it wasn't enjoyable. They missed all 3. And the most critical part was the simplification of concepts. I love to sit. I watch Options Industry Council videos. I listen to them as well, and they're very dry, and they're very complicated. And I listen to those things. I read books, but that doesn't have anything to do with the fucking price of a stock, nor how the mechanics of a stock price works, or the indexes, and what's useful to me in a position, or taking a position, or exiting a position. So I felt like I was left out. And then, of course, I'm watching people get destroyed on social media without having basic tools, man. Like, how do I manage this? How do I know that I'm taking something that's just a lottery? How do I know that? How do I exit and enter a trade when it goes? How do I know the potential for me to lose? Where can I win the most money? Where the probability of my best win rates are? All this different stuff. And so we started this, what we're doing here, and we've done it now for I think 2.5, 3 years, somewhere in there, and it's grown to a point now where we're making a jump. We're either going to shut it down or we're going to make a jump. It's one or the other. So I'm loyal to the retail trader, and so there's always going to be a free version of this, and it will include everything we've ever done. Now, there are people that watch this show and support us in a meaningful way by being here every day. So I owe them that. And then there's another group of people that are like, hey, I want to support even more, and I want you to offer more. So, well, I'll pay for it. So we're going to try that out to try to make this more permanent. And in one of those things, in that mission statement of being there for the retail trader, one of the things we're going to do is create a network, a place for the people out there that contribute to the retail trader community. So you guys see me on Twitter sometimes talking about how appreciative I am of people like Andy Constant or Jedi Marcus or Gem or whomever, even guys that have 5 followers. You'll see me ask you on the stream, hey, if you got 5 followers, you want somebody to follow you, and you post constructive, cool stuff, shit posts, whatever it is you do. If you're adding to the conversation, or you're funny as hell, or you're just not some fucking internet troll on Twitter, I'll follow you. I don't care if you have 1 follower, especially if you're contributing and in a meaningful way. And so I do. I follow people all the time that have 1 follower, 2 followers, whatever. Matter of fact, I just went through and culled the list because I follow a bunch of people. They'll be like, hey, Cap, follow me, and they'll like follow me, and then they dump me as soon as I follow them, so that they just look cool. And then I go through their handles, and I'm like, oh, that guy's just an asshole, troll, or whatever. So I just culled the list recently. I went through every single person that I follow, find out if they follow me back, and if they don't, I cull them. If they're trolls, I cull them, that kind of stuff. So anyways, this Trade the Trigger network that we're trying to create would give a space free, a way for someone to present their ideas and thoughts in a meaningful way, an extension from Twitter. Not that you don't stay on Twitter, but just get an extension. So we'll talk about that later on today and some of those changes that are coming. It's really cool. So anyways, the talk we're going to have at this moment before we continue this morning is because I have some work I have to do today, but I want to ask you guys a question about format of this show. Hold on, let's do this really quick. We just broke through this yellow bar right here, and we got to do the next tag right here. We want to break through this one, and then we want to break through this one right here and smash through. We're going to briefly go over to SPX, and we had a nice hard bounce this morning on the half-hour trigger, and we're going to try to come up here and tag 4,900 one more time. I do have one concern here that we trade. If you look at the bottom screener down here, that we come up here and slam into this 4,900, and then hold on here. Slam up here in this 4,900 and then bounce down to the hourly trigger. Okay, so just be careful of this right here, or we come up here and just bounce around and just kind of grind on this 4,900. Now, do we have more upside potential? Yes, we do, and we're going to look at that at some point this morning on the seasonality calendar. But it's going to bring up the next thing, this important part that I got to talk to you about. As we're getting close to the first, the candle is burning. I'm paranoid. I'm in like full stress mode right now. Like I'm panic stressed right now because as we think that we're like, oh, this is gonna be easy. We're finding it's more difficult than it is. Bottlenecks, and I'm like, I don't have enough time here to get through for that launch on the first properly. So I'm going to ask you some questions here in the stream and find what your thoughts are. This is your time right now to give me your yay or nay. Do you like this or don't like this idea or concept? So after the first, we're going to change we are proposing to change the format of the show slightly. So you would still see everything here as we have it. You'd still see the day trading stuff. Like you run 0 day, so the idea here is like the 0 dates and stuff, and the intraday trading is fun, keeps people happy and active and all that stuff, right? Everyone likes the action. Nobody wants to see some guy out there. It's funny too. I got a close friend of mine, right? He likes to sell premium. It's a great moneymaker. Does really well. You can make a lot of money doing it. But you can't do a show based on it. No one wants that show. People want the show where they're taking a position, any position, and they want to show up and be like, hey, man, I'm taking this position. Are you bullish here, bro? Are you bearish? You got good market awareness. Where are we going? And that's what they want in a live stream. And circling back to what I discussed with you earlier, at nighttime, I watch my recorded show, right? Who's the guy? Wolf of Wall Street? If you want your bear, you want your injection of bear juice, I go watch Wolf of Wall Street. Guy's fucking phenomenal. Like, you want to get bared up? I show up and watch that show at nighttime, that 45-minute presentation he does, and it's fucking awesome. If I want to get all bulled up on Tesla, I can go to any number of Tesla video makers and get all bulled up on Tesla, right? So whatever you want to be drinking at nighttime, that's what you do. You want to look at some TA, you go over to Figuring Out Money, right? Do that kind of stuff with that guy, right? So during the daytime, our live streams basically focused on market, cash markets, 1 minute, 5 minute chart, and what's happening. Now, that'll remain. But we're going to switch to segments consistently. It's like you show up in the morning, and you're going to get, at 9:30 we do this, at 10 a.m. we do that, at 10:30 or 11 or 12 or 1 p.m. we do this, at 2 p.m., at 3:30, blah, blah, so on, so forth, whatever. So I'm gonna read some stuff off to you, or maybe I'll just show it to you. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can show it to you. Here, I'll try to show it to you right now. Or here, we'll write it out together. How about that? Or I'll read it. I'm gonna ask you about some segments, and you tell me if you are interested in having these segments on the show. We'll start here. How are you guys doing this morning? Good to see you all. Yeah, I love all of you guys out there. Dude, we got so much cool shit going on. It's gonna be cool as fuck. So, I got some questions for you. The best part too is we're not a mature show. We're like a beta show. We're like beta. We're in like alpha, beta. Like, we don't even have a truly launched what we do yet. We're just getting there. We've had amazing growth too. Like a lot of guys out there, man, they'll like stream to like 2 people for like 3 years until they start to get traction. So we've done really well getting to where we are at this point. Unexpectedly so, for sure. And right now, I think we're averaging 4,000 to 6,000 people a day right now, which is insane. Real viewers. As a matter of fact, I just got out of a meeting this morning, and I was discussing with a partner real viewership versus paid viewership, and I mean fake viewers. Now I haven't been. You haven't been seeing my face this week, right? But last week you were up until Friday. We're averaging up until last week when I'm on the show, 6,000 viewers a day before we even get to nighttime. People coming back to check segments. The 6,000 is insane. There are live streamers during the daytime that pay for fake viewers. So you'll you like go and see their live stream, and it'll show they had like, I don't know, 15,000, 20,000 viewers. We can look and we've looked in the background to see if those are real viewers or not. They're fake. They pay for them, and it's easy to see. We can actually see. Here, you want to see something crazy? One of our developers can see if you have paid for followers on Twitter. I can go on your, I'm serious, I can go on your Twitter account. If you have 1 million followers, I can go on your Twitter account and point out, now I didn't develop this, but our developer developed it. We can find out if you paid for your followers. We can go to the day you bought those followers and show them to you. Now we don't expose those people on social media, and I wouldn't. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna attract that. I've done that before, and I attract unwanted attention. So, like the last time I did something like that, they said, "Show me." They said, "Show me your screener of it," and I'm like, they're not asking me to show me their screener because they want to fix it. They want to ban me from. This was not Twitter. It was something else. But at any rate, we can tell if they have unorganic followers. And the reason that people do this, unorganic followers, is because when they get caught by the advertisers, it doesn't matter anymore. So let me explain that better to you. What we could have done here, anywhere, we could have done this on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, anywhere. We could have bought inorganic followers, initially maybe make some Google AdSense or get sponsorships from, let's say, Twitch or YouTube or something. And by the time they caught us and banned us from that revenue generation, it wouldn't matter because we would have already secured real followers and real sponsorships. It's a really gross thing that happens in social media. We chose not to do that here.
And taking a look at the VIX,
and
currently up 0.9%.
The point being that our growth has been organic. No one can look at our growth and say, we can see right here that he's paid for this or bought this fake growth in a community. Our community is real here is my point. You guys are all real. The Discord's all real. The Twitter's all real. There's no fake growth in what we do here in this community. So that's a fascinating, cool-ass thing. So I'm asking you as our community to give me your insight into what we should do next. My faith is in you and not in inorganic growth for what we do. My faith is in you growing this community or not growing this community or the direction of this community, where we go from here. So, dude, I need to shut the fuck up sometimes. If we were to have the show every morning at 9:30 on a consistent basis, Monday through Friday.
Last down 0.4% at $1.0839.
If we were to have the show Monday through Friday, now you're not going to be able to have just me every single day of the year. We will likely have other people though stand in. Like if you watch a show on TV, and remember Johnny Carson used to have a guest host, right? So if we had a guest host like Binky, or a guest host like Trader Podcast, or someone like that, right? That would able to show up with you, and you had a show every day, every trading day of the year.
EIA natural gas change forecast minus 318 BCF on the prior minus 154 BCF.
Excuse me. We thought about making the show more structured, where you could anticipate specific things at not necessarily an exact time, But if it's relevant that you would expect certain things to happen in the show that you could tune into, or you could come back to in the future and look at a specific time period. You could say every day at 9:30 he does a market brief. Every day at 11 o'clock or ish, he does this. 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, he does that. So let me ask you some questions here, okay? And we'll get into the schedule of it later, but just for the ideas on segments, let me ask you some questions. And I'm going to go to the chat here and try to read your responses to these questions that I have for you. As we make this jump, it's important for more consistency. One of the parts of this jump that we're making is, or should be a benefit of it, if there are people out there that are going to support this show on a regular basis and what we do in a website and all this other stuff, like we talked about how we have to protect the Discord community, right? We have to protect what's going on in there, keep it vibrant, all that kind of stuff. A website, have tools and places for you to go for data and for tools, indicators, all kinds of other stupid shit. And then market briefs, all kinds of just more consistency. And then so that you can rely upon us, rely upon a show, rely upon blah, 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 blah. So I have them listed, not in order. I'll put them in order later and ask you if that order works for you. But if we, on a consistent basis, offered these segments every day or in season or when an event is going to happen, please let me know in the chat. So number one, if we showed up in the morning, the first half an hour or 15 minutes or so, focus on a market brief. And that would be where I read to you an expectation for the day. I read to you, or we discuss economic news. That would be a calendar, right? Economic news calendar. Like we expect this at this time, we expect that at that time. What should happen or not happen depending upon those reports. And then maybe discuss the the trending topic of the day, something that's on CNBC or trending on Twitter. And then some of the other data that's coming out from like a news service, economic data. So a market brief every morning, let's say at 9:30 to 9:45. Just start the show and say, hey, I'm gonna give you a morning brief, quick synopsis for the day. Economic calendar. New trending news on CNBC or Twitter. And then maybe like a news squawk data. Does that work for you guys or no? We're gonna go from one to each one. So, and don't post anything yet on stuff you haven't heard yet. After I get done going through the list, we'll take your input on, hey, add this segment or consider that segment or whatever. So the first one would be a market brief in the morning. We'd then lead into market positioning for the day. So the next segment would be, this is what I expect to happen from, I don't know, from here to there or whatever. So the market breathes for a half an hour, right? And then right around that 10 a.m., 10:45, or 9:45, 10 a.m., we position ourselves for the day until about 1:30 in the afternoon. Do you guys want to do the market brief at 9 a.m. or 8:30? So let's talk about this one segment. Do you prefer the show to start at 8:30 or 9 a.m. to do that market brief? Someone's saying that. Someone here is saying market brief before the market opens. Who's saying that? Man Vera. Momo is saying yes, start earlier. Hold on here. Let me check YouTube. Oh no, dude. Tesla's going to $60, $64. There'll be a squeeze. We'll talk about Tesla later.
10:30 a.m.
Tesla's going to $64 fucking dollars.
Natural gas
And
forecast
we're going to talk about Tesla. Tesla, dude. Now it'll squeeze at some point, but it doesn't go straight down, but it's going to $64. Tesla's going, if any of you are longtime Tesla traders and investors, like 2010, 2011, 2014, 2015, we are in a major repricing of Tesla in my view. So we're going to talk about that at some point. And we're gonna stay focused on topic here. Do you guys prefer that the stream starts earlier? 8:30 or 9? Or I don't know if it's 8:30. Like, that's too early, dude. Nobody's showing up. You might show up. How about 9 or 9:15? Okay, so hold on a second. Before market open. Okay, so we'll do a market brief. That's the like a newsletter that I read to you from us, and then a economic news calendar that I read to you from a calendar, and then highlight some kind of trending news from CNBC or Twitter or something where it's trending for the day. Maybe even a heat map, like what's going up, what's going down. And then economic data that's been released either in the overnight or that morning. So 9:15, we can get that done in 15 minutes. And then at 9:30, right on the bell, we'll do positioning. Does that work for you guys? You guys like the positioning right off the bell? That's fine. So and then at 9:30, we'll do the market positioning. So on February 1, we will change the start time of the show to 9:15. So dude, people. I know you guys at home are like, I ain't fucking showing up to the market until 9:30. Like 9:28, I'm gonna open my fucking laptop. I'm shit posting on Twitter. I gotta get all my fucking shit posting done before 9:30. So 9:15, we'll do a market brief. Okay, 9:30, the opening bell. We'll call it the opening bell. Market positioning, the opening bell. I like that. Now, the rest of these are not time-based. Not time-based. We've got the market open, right? We're good. We're positioned. We're good. I'm going to read some stuff off to you. Tell me yay or nay on this stuff. I've got... stock picks. Now, this would be... We spent more time on this earlier in the year. Last year, we spent time on stock picks. So an example being here, this is our ETF over here, right? So have a dedicated segment once or twice a week, Mondays and Fridays. Dedicated segments, Monday and Friday. We maybe review stocks, buy this, sell that kind of stuff. What do we have any stock picks? So like on a Monday morning, we'd show up on a Monday and say, or maybe Tuesday is better because Tuesday is typically a down day for bullish. I don't know. Maybe Tuesday is a better day. And that's where we review stocks that are we want to start paying attention to. Now, also, that stock pick segment will align with a tool that we have on the website. So we have a tool on the website that picks stocks to be watching. That same tool will align with these stocks over here. So if any come up on the website, we will watch them over here.
326 BCF, a draw of 326 BCF, lower than the expected draw of 308.
And we'll discuss them on the show on Mondays and Fridays. You want to do that on Monday? Hold. Someone just, I don't know who did this. Someone said, why don't you do a weekly or daily vote? So hold off. Write that on a piece of paper at home, and just we're gonna get there. I got polls on my. I got that written down already. So just give me a second. We gotta get through this shit. We'll get so caught up, and we gotta move forward. So just think about this: twice a week, Mondays or Tuesdays. In the chat, tell me Monday or Tuesday. It's either Monday or Tuesday. We're gonna review stock picks on Mondays or Tuesdays and Friday or Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday, Monday and Thursday, Tuesday and Friday, Monday and Friday, whatever you want. Give me both days in the chat real quick. You're fine, full-time student. Don't worry about it. I didn't know it was you. I'm just reading the comments. Okay, so I like Tuesday too. If you're a bull, Tuesdays are normally a down. If we're in a bull market, Tuesdays are normally a down day. Not always, but pretty consistently. So it would be one of those days we'd want to be looking at those, right? Tuesday, Friday, okay. Or you know what? I think we should do it on Monday, because if we're up on Monday and then Tuesday's a down day, Monday might be a good day, because rather
US
than
natural
enter
gas
those
futures
stocks on
pair
Monday,
gains.
we'd be looking for entry on a Tuesday. I think we should do Monday. I think we should do Mondays. Oh, wait a minute. I got to write that down too. Discord, Matt. All right, Discord with stock picks. Got it. So you want a Discord channel dedicated to it. Okay, hold on. I think we do Monday. Okay, so stock picks. We're going to look on Mondays, because oftentimes there's two things going on with these stock picks. They usually show up on Monday or on an up day. They're better when they show up on a down day, though, on a Tuesday. Normally, if it's a day where the skirt is lifted up on, let's just do it Tuesday. Fuck that. Or maybe, how about this? I will research some on Monday. I will check on Mondays for tickers that are good to go, and then we'll do it on the show on Tuesdays. So if they're still rising on a Tuesday, on a down day, we will be able to look up the skirt of hedge funds that are still long while the market's selling. So the show will be Tuesday and Friday, and I will research on Monday to add to the Tuesday portion of the show. I also wrote down the Discord channel to align with the website and the show, okay? So let's move on to the next one. The next one is trading concepts. This segment should be about 5 minutes every day. It is not the tool. It is trading concepts. We're going to start at page 1. What is a share? What is a stock? Like literally, what is a share? What is the difference? And what we'll do is we'll make our way almost like, Investopedia. We'll spend 5 minutes quickly. Most of these segments should be really short. Not all of them, but a lot of them will be short. Just 5 minutes every day on a stock market concept. And we will review them in depth for about 5 minutes. Like, this is a share. What is a share? This is a stock. What is a dividend? What is an option? And we'll get more complex as time goes on, but we'll do a segment every day. Do you like the idea of that? David, how's it going? Yeah, David said get the fuck out by Thursday. Absolutely. Absolutely. Monetize on Thursday, baby. I see David just wrote that. You like that, okay? All right, so that's a good one. The other thing we're going to do is a segment on trade the trigger, the actual tool. A segment on that as well. So each day of the week, for 5 minutes, I'll say to you something like, hey, this is what a 3-hour look back is. Hey, this is what the importance of a weekly trigger. Hey, this is the importance of this box over here. This box right here. What does this box mean right here? What does that box right there mean? Just 5 minutes, really quick and fast. We have an educational video series that is getting released here in the first, but we're going to do just a quick segment every day. So that's educational every day. You're going to have something. 5 minutes on, I don't know, an Investopedia type book, and 5 minutes on something specific to what we do here. Yeah, like Market 101 is a great, I'm going to write that in here. Market 101. That's a good name for this. Market 101, trading concepts. I like that name. Market 101. And then T3 Tool 101. Next one. Next concept. We'll highlight every day something major on the market. Either ER season, rates decision coming up, and we'll focus on even if it's just brief. Or I should say this. This wouldn't be every day. This would only be when. So like an example, the examples I have here are earnings season or rates decision. So if we're not in earnings season, we won't spend a segment on that. But every day, we'll spend at least 5 minutes on if we're in earnings season or coming into a rate decision or something like that. Some major market event. Big news, big movers. Let me move this over here. Pay attention to what you guys are doing over here. Hold on here. Move that over here so you can see that right there. They're monetizing. You guys know what they're doing today, right? David AMS just said it. I said it to you earlier. Thursday is when they monetize. This is when you take your profit on the week. So if you were long this week and you're trying to take profit, this is your time to do it today on Thursday. Okay, so we've got a major news segment. Another segment would be interact with the chat. This would be something where I spend specifically, and I think this is in the middle of the afternoon, likely around, usually it's like right around like that 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:30, somewhere in there. There's usually like, or even 2:30, you know, that time in the afternoon where we get that sideways action and a decision if we're going to pull back into the close or we're going to go up into the, or pull up into the end of the close. Another section would be interact with the chat. That would be where, yeah, if you want me to chart something for you, I'm going to answer a question for you, more in depth. Does that, if I set it, and I mean like I like I actually bring something up on the screen that says, I don't know, fireside chat time. So you'll see like a new screen up here, like an interlude, and it says fireside chat. We'll call it that, fireside chat. Interact with the chat time, fireside chat. Where I specifically focus on the chat and say, hey, what do you guys want to talk about now? Account building strategies are going to be a part of the education and our educational partners. So John L., David AMS, people like that are going to be taking care of that. That's going to be a one-on-one thing with you guys. So do you guys like the fireside chat concept? Yes or no? Well, we're an ascot? Yes. Hold on here. Buy an ascot. I'd put something funny on. You mean to put an ascot on and like a smoking pipe or something? By the way, where is my smoking pipe? I have a smoking pipe I got. Ascot and pipe. Okay, yeah, I like that. In that time period, we'd also maybe chart tickers for you if I have time. 1 or 2 tickers or something.
U.S. natural
That
gas
segment would last
futures
about
turned
15
negative
minutes,
after
maybe even a
prices
half an
rose
hour.
by over 5% earlier in the session.
Pipe, not bong. Tweed jacket. Hold on here. Ascot, pipe, and smoking jacket. I'll buy that shit. I'll buy the smoking jacket. I have the pipe. I'll buy the ascot and the smoking jacket this week. I think that'd be funny as fuck. Like, I like maybe I can sew it all together and like rip it off and throw it on or something. Yeah, bong at 3. Oh, John L. By the way, you guys want to know where John L. is? John L. I can't divulge too much because he likes his privacy. John L. Simply put, bought another house, a kick-ass house somewhere that does not have internet, and he's trying to get internet to that new home. So what I've been told over time is that it's taken more time than he expected. I'm not gonna tell you where he lives and that kind of stuff, but he's got a compound. Is my internet finally working properly? Generally, yes. I switched from Comcast commercial to fiber. I've had a much better internet connection as of late. Every once in a while, I still run into some problems, but not much. Like I ran into some equipment problems or power is out, that kind of stuff. But other than that, way more consistent uptime for the stream than I've ever had in the past with Comcast. Comcast sucked, man. It was fucking bad. My electric issues have gone down a ton due to them repairing so much of our neighborhood. So we're doing pretty well here right now. I fucking love Hunter S. Thompson, man. I love Bukowski, Hunter S. Thompson. You know what? Who's my real favorite? Is Hemingway. I had no appreciation for Hemingway when I was young, and I found appreciation for Hemingway in my 20s. I don't know why. I thought they were like to me he was like a football jock guy. I was more like a soccer guy, skiing guy, skateboarder. Instead of being like instead of being into like top 40 music or rap music or that kind of stuff, I was always into like party rave kid stuff and alternative rap and that kind of stuff. I was always like slightly alternative, I guess. That's a weird way to say it, but so I always blew off Hemingway, but I have a great appreciation for him. He's lived, and especially in today's world, he's lived more in one finger than a lot of people today. Like, we got a lot of everybody's armchairing out there, right? Even me, right? We're all armchairing. You go on Reddit and you see like some like one person died this one horrific way, and you go in the comments section and people are like, "That's why you never swim in the ocean. Rip currents, bro. You never swim in the ocean. Don't ever go in the ocean. The rip current's gonna kill you. Always, you're gonna die from a rip current." That's not true. Most people don't. Or if you were raised swimming in ponds and pools in the ocean, most people don't die from rip currents. If you're a surfer, you don't know. You get dragged out in the ocean. You know what you do? You swim with it, and then you come back in. I don't know, a mile down the coast, and you're fine. A shark didn't eat you, and you live. I've been pulled out in a rip current, by the way. Matter of fact, I was pulled out with my wife and my brother on a rip current once. Like, you know what I mean? Like Hemingway to me, especially in today's day and age, fucking guy's a gangster or was a gangster before he killed himself. Yeah. So, anyways, like actually living is my point. Hemingway's a good example of living life. That guy lived life, man, up and down, sideways. I mean, guy did everything. So, anyways, let's move on. We did the fireside chat every day. Next one I have is poll. So we'll do a poll every day. Now we should probably do the poll in the morning, right? So I'm going to move that one up. Hold on here. We'll the poll will start the poll every morning before the beginning of the show. So how about this? We'll start the poll before the open. So when you arrive in the morning, there will be a poll that'll ask you a question. So if you show up in the morning and you see the chat, there should be a question for you every morning before the open. Does that work? Poll every day. Do you like the idea of having a poll that you come into in the morning? You can interact with it or not. But do you like the idea of a poll every morning? Sunny Never Ends says most people die drinking too much salt water, not from the rip currents. Okay, poll. We got the poll. When will I invite Jedi Marcus on the show? I have not done that yet, but I have been talking over the past year to two via DM with Jedi Marcus. I would really like to get, I'll be honest with you guys. Like I'm at this point knowing Jedi Marcus where I'm hoping that at some point to engage him to shine a light on us in some way on a more regular basis. He might say no to that. He's a very private person. In real life, he's very he's just a chill guy. You know what he reminds me of in real life, or at least on phone? Jedi reminds me of was it The Big Short, where what's his name? Brad Pitt was in Colorado, and he had like long hair, and he wasn't dressed in a suit any longer. He had like his tweed on, and he's like, I had a professional career, and now I just hang out on my ranch. And you're lucky I take your fucking phone call, but nicely. Yeah, Ben Rickert. Rickert. Yeah, he's Ben Rickert. So I don't know if he'll say yes to that, but I am hoping I can ask that or at least approach him on that. I can't say to you that he's going to say yes to that. He has a great life at this point in where he is, where it's just nice to chat with him. So I don't know if he'll say yes to that, but I am going to ask at some point to ask him to be like our granddad or our dad. Like, can you show up, Dad, for once a week or once every 3 months if something's important or something like that. So, yes, we'd like to engage him at some point. Absolutely. Yeah, I like Jedi, man. On a personal level, I like him. I like his pragmatism. I look up to him. He is someone that I defer to 100%. He's someone that I really appreciate him as a person. Really appreciate his knowledge and wisdom. Yeah, like a godfather. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if that shows better, but there you go. So we did the poll before the open. Now, would you guys like to see an interview on a more consistent schedule? Like once a week, once a month, once a day? Would you like to see me have someone on the show for 15 minutes, half an hour, once a week? Is there a time frame? Maybe it's just on important days. Maybe I have only have an interview subject on during an ER report, or only before a Fed day. Or would you like to have like once a week we have somebody on? I try to get someone on the show once a week. Once or twice a week, do an interview. Okay. Okay, so an interview once a week. You listening to this, Binky? That way we can get like Dre on. We can get Chris DeMarco on. We can get there's a bunch of people like Jedi Marcus or Volwiz or Joe Donut or Trader Podcast, Black Swan, whoever it is out there we can get on the show. We'll get on the show and give them a place to you guys can meet them and find out more about who they are. Once a week guests would be cool. Okay. Good morning, Kim. How are you? Guests on a slow day no longer than an hour. Yeah, there seems to be like there's a sweet spot, right, Will? You know what else people have said to me? It's better not to have a guest on when we're in the middle of something either, like when the Fed's actually doing their report or their interview. It's better to just focus on that than interview somebody. Better to like maybe have it in the morning before like a rate decision, or like Will just said a couple days before, or I don't know if that was Will, but somebody said the Netflix thing. So you like have them on a day before or something like that. Yeah, quality over quantity. Agreed. Okay, yep, gotcha. I also thought about doing a segment at some point in the day, an index and sector watch, where we just briefly go over the major indexes, just take a look at them, and then take a look at all the sectors, like what's Dr. Copper doing, what's financials doing, what's XLU doing. Just briefly go like maybe a 5-minute segment that goes bam, 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 bam. Let's take a peek at all the sectors, maybe even a rotation check. I could do that too, where we do a quick check just to see if there's any rotation going on. Maybe market breadth at the same time. Hold on, sector rotation.
Seeing an early
And
release from the Kansas
market
City
breadth.
Fed Composite Index -9, -9, lower than forecast -3.
Option trade idea. The next thing we should do, if you want, do you want to check a seasonality calendar every day and see if we're in line or not in line? I could add that to the market brief in the morning. Let me put that on there. Check seasonality. All right. Check seasonality. And then I was going to do another one where throughout the day, let's say either a screener. I could either do a screener. Do you guys want a screener of call and put buying and selling on the show every day? I could leave a chart, or I could put it in rotation if you wanted. So you see down below here where I've got the charts going or moving from one chart to the next chart. Do you guys want me to cycle in call and put buying chart? I have access to a screener that shows call and put buying in real time. It's not the spot gamma stuff, the hero indicator, but it's just a chart that a graph chart that shows the rise and fall of call and put buying. The call and put screener added into the rotation. Okay, hold on. And the last one that I have here is an option trade idea every day, if one presents itself. Sometimes I do that, but I don't do it consistently. But I would consistently every day check, hey, is there an option trade that we can place? It could be anything. Call spread, put spread, calendar spread. It could be flies, condors. It could be anything at all. But an option type setup. What do you? Well, hold on, I'm missing some of you guys are saying here. Someone said that tracks it like the unusual whales. So I don't know anything about the unusual whales indicator other than what Trader Podcast said. I just know that you can. I have a way to track call and put buying and selling all day long. Shaq Baker saying Google just went nuts. As a matter of fact, I just had a conversation this morning about Google. Let's check out Google really quick. Google squeezing right now. Cranking, baby. I got Google up right now in the bottom chart here. Oh, shit, I'm on the wrong one. I got Google up right here right now. Google had a nice back check on their 1 hour trigger here. Squeezing higher right now, trading 153. Want to see it real quick? This is Google right here. Nice successful back check back here. Very bullish.
Kansas City Fed Manufacturing, minus 17, minus 17. Another early release.
Thanks for the heads up on Goog. Let me read what you guys are saying. Types of option trades like spreads and such. Yeah, I think that is going to be a part of the. I think that would be a part of the. Trading Concepts Markets 101 segment. Like the explanation, explaining the mechanics of trades and stuff like that. This would be an actual trade where I set it up with you. Like, hey, let's go set up a trade. Thanks, JTRVA. Yeah, I think we JTRVA. I think we're gonna do a segment every day for new traders. It's like Markets 101. That's the what I discussed. The what is a share? That would also include. Will lead up into. This is how to open a I don't know, a fucking debit call spread. This is how you actually place the trade. Cool. What else we got here? A daily option setup. Yeah. Like right now, I only do it when I see it, but I would like to look at a schedule and say, are there any option setups here for today or for this week? Oh, thanks, Arnold. Appreciate it, brother. Chase just checking in right now with Chase checking in with Apple up on checks notes. Reports that 2% drop in iPhone shipments to China. I love you, Chase. Okay, so I went through all the ones that I have. Now is the time for the next year, literally for the next year, for you and your ideas. If you have any ideas for something you'd like to see in the show, now is the time for you to say it. Make your piece today. If you have anything in the show that you want to see, what would it be? On a note here, too, that interview thing that I talked to you about earlier, we would give some of those slots away to people in the network. So, like if David AMS wanted to come on once a week, or if Trader Podcast wanted to come on once a week, John L., whoever it is, they would be afforded those slots first. So, like, you could have a segment like, I don't know, David AMS comes on, does something about his system, or does something about his expectations for the week, or whatever. Highlights his Discord channel, whatever. Be kind of cool. Feet pics segment. Okay, feet pics segment. Sex pill discussion Friday. I like it.
US to sell $70 billion in 6-month.
Chase can do a daily. Hey, Chase, maybe Chase would be. I talked to Chase once about this.
To sell $79 billion.
Chase, do you want to do a bear report once a week?
29th to settle on February.
That's a serious question. I'll write that down. Hold on, I'll write down some stuff here. Let me write down some other ideas. Chase with a bear report. I like that. I've talked to Chase about this in the past. Chase coming on and giving a weekly report. Would you want Chase to come on maybe on Mondays or Tuesdays or something and do like a bear report? I'm down for that. I'll ask him if he's interested in that. I don't know who Adam Marin is.
Protect your trades from
That's a
macro
joke.
online risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Hold on here. I'm gonna give you guys something
year
here. Give me
for
one
our
quick second here.
real-time service.
I'm gonna give you guys a market brief really quick, okay? SPX is marching towards the call wall at 4,900 and is, unlike yesterday, supported by dropping yields. 2 years minus 6.2 BPS, 10-year minus 5 BPS, and falling rate hike expectations. The rally is pretty broad-based. SPX equal weight plus 8%, 0.8%, and boosted by the momentum space, 0.6% positive. So in general, the chance to break higher or slightly higher this time around. Given the extreme amount of Tier 1 data coming up next week, however, we think 4,900 will stand this test and remain intact as a resistance pin level. Now, we're pretty weak right now, right? While I'm reading this to you. We keep monitoring the situation in the Red Sea as tensions there are increasingly not decreasing as expressed by WTI, climbing to the highest level since early December. Going to read anything else to you this morning, but I don't see anything. What else do you guys have for what do you guys have for me for segments? Something once a week, once a month, once a quarter, once a day, anything you have right now, this is the time to air it. So if you got something you want to add, this is the time to do it. Oh, Chase, dude, I was just fucking with you, Chase. I got you, brother. I love you, man. Chase, dude, I love you, man. 100%, dude. I talk to you like a friend, brother, not like somebody I don't like. Individual ticker time. Yes, I think that's included in one of them. How about long buy and hold entry alert for cap pick stonks? I need more information on that, Mr. Talking Monkey. I don't understand exactly what you mean. Somewhere a clown on oh god. A good lotto to hold until the next trading day. Let me put this in. Do you guys want? Oh, I didn't say this. Get back into expectations for following day. Following day and week. So at the end of the show, right, 3:45. I used to do a segment where I would have a Weeble chart up, and I would show like my weekly expectation, and then like what I expect into tomorrow, that kind of stuff. We could put that back in on 3:45 in the afternoon or something. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Expectations for following day week at 3:45 or something. At 3:45 in the afternoon. No. That's a good one. I like that one. JPM caller update. All right, I'll put that at the top. Hold on here. JPM caller update. Good job. I like that one. I'll do that every morning during the brief. JPM caller, good one. You know what else we should do? Is we should do. You guys are all getting access to this stuff in the first, right? Do you guys want to do a segment where? So one of the coolest things that is going to take place here, we got a really cool thing that's happening here. So you figure on July, or excuse me, on February 1st, right? What looks so for the signups that we have right now, we have about 1,000 people signing up on the 1st. You're gonna have about 1,000 people that may not be looking at what I'm looking at. So like I like to look at SPY, right? All I watch is SPY. I watch other things, but I fucking watch SPY all day long. Tesla Wolf. You guys know him, right? He watches Tesla all day long. One of you might watch oil all day long, or might watch Palantir all day long. Nino, California, what does he watch all day long? You guys know what he watches? Nino, if you're out there, what do you watch all day long? What's your favorite ticker? Tell me. You say it every day in the stream. So Nino has his favorite ticker he watches every day. Rivian, exactly. We're going to be crowdsourcing these triggers and velocity on a scale that's kind of insane. So maybe we should do a segment where maybe you guys, we look for your input on what you're watching. Like, hey Cap, my favorite ticker's got 6 trigger cluster, bear cluster coming down, raining down on top of it. We should pay attention to that to short it. Hey Cap, we've got an 8 trigger cluster, bull cluster, momentum coming up in the stock that's been down for like the last 10 years. It's my favorite ticker, bro. I've been upside down in it forever and ever and ever. So maybe crowdsourcing segment. We'll do clusters. So what we'll do is once a week we'll ask. Does any of the audience have a 6 or 8 trigger cluster that they want us to look at? How about that? And if we have none, we got none. If we've got like someone's like, dude, we got an 8 trigger cluster on one of my favorite tickers out there, we'll look at that ticker. King Kyle saying we got no new lows and 1 minute bull cross forming right now. Heads up on SPOOs. Roger that, Stacy. I gotcha. Is there an appropriate time for some bear jams? Let's look at let's take a look here. Yeah, I see so I want to show you guys something here, okay? I am with you on the bear jams. I'm going to point something out here really quick, just as a market awareness, okay? I'm going to show you guys some market awareness here, okay? You have a bear cross right here. There's that bear plane right here. You see it? Get some downside movement. Right? A little bit of a bull cross right here, but the scary thing is the second bear cross. So you have consolidation, quick squeeze up, and this actually looks like a bear cross, doesn't it? When you do the double bear plane, they can usually be explosive downside moves. Now this took place yesterday, and this one right now taking place right here, right? So I'd be paying attention to someone saying it. Should we be looking for a double bear cross or not? Now, another way you can interpret this would be, is this a bull confirmation on the hourly trigger, right? We come down, test the hourly trigger. On a 3-hour look back, it looks actually pretty bullish on a 3-hour look back, right? We tested it. We didn't break it. We didn't get underneath it and start to reject it yet, have we? If you break the hourly trigger, we begin to reject the hourly trigger, that's a bearish outcome, right? But right here, right now, we tested this successfully, the hourly trigger, and we're going to find out which way we are going. So let's take a look now on SPY on a 30-minute basis and see what we can tell from velocity. And what can we tell or glean from velocity here? We can see that daily velocity is experiencing new lows. That's not good. And we're experiencing lower highs on daily velocity as well on the hourly trigger. So we're kind of bearish here. Not completely bearish, but kind of bearish here. And I want to show you how this translates right here. It kind of looks like this, right? Get that declining right here. We have a little bit of a bearish divergence here right now, don't we? Forming right now above. You see that? Right there, and some of that right there, and some of that right there. You see it? So that's kind of bearish. And I like watching the 30-minute more so than I like watching the 1 minute for direction's sake. We had a nice little squeeze right here, right? A nice little squeeze, nice little pullback, nice little squeeze. Not guaranteed here, but maybe we have a pullback coming up. So we're going to get back to the 1 minute chart here. A little bit of a bearish divergence, right? Someone telling me to be careful in the chat as well. Now, on Bookmap, we've got the big fat red bar down there telling you, but wait, there's more. And we also have, we're kind of in the middle here of SPX. If you look down below the gamma, we had a nice successful bounce down here. That looks kind of bullish, not so much bearish. But to be careful here, right? So we have a potential bull cross right here. I also read to you the pin to 4,900. We know that today is Thursday, and we know that they're monetizing the week here. So the expectation for the rest of today, for Thursday, in my viewpoint, is going to be slamming into that 4,900, slamming into that 4,900, slamming into that 4,900 until the end of the day, and likely into the open tomorrow, and then a roll down into Friday close. So I'm not as bearish here as it might seem. So if I was looking at this here, I would be looking for a place to maybe put a put spread on into Friday close or Monday, and then monetize it on Friday to the downside on a high. And you can see above we've got some supply way higher. So I'm kind of bullish on the short term here. Here's R3. I'm bullish here. I'm bullish tentatively, unless we have a break below this cross right here. I'm tentatively bullish into the close today to possibly 491.71, 490.24 on SPY, but looking for an opportunity to short into Friday close, if that makes any difference, or Monday, something like that. Now, some intermittently, I'm on the pin trade, possibly with some selling down off of that pin trade. Yeah, Demente is saying they're looking to close their calls today.
$1 million.
Looking for some exit.
you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Yeah, I think we pin.
92%.
And I think the catalyst here is going to be Visa and INTC. We're showing those charts this morning. I will actually post a. Let me see if I can. This is Intel right here. No. INTC, Intel are after the bell. Visa, ER after the bell. Yeah, I think we're locked in here. I think we're locked into those two reports, and then the market has a brief moment to unclench into Friday. Now, there's no like major reports on Friday, and then we have a window between Friday and to Monday. Okay. All right. So I went over this morning. We went over some changes that are coming on February 1st. We're going to introduce segments to the show. When we introduce these segments to the show, I took your ideas for what segments to include in the show. What we're going to do is you'll see a screener come up when we make these segments. They'll be defined like, hey, we're going to do market brief. Hey, we're going to do a T3 tool education moment. And then we're going to focus on some specific item and make the show more consistent so that you can have or know what to expect throughout the day. What else we got here? That's all I got. I think that's all I got right now. Okay. So from this moment forward, I'm going to go back to what I was doing. I have to remove myself from the stream right now. I'll still be here in the office. I have working on Discord in the background. I have a question about Discord. If any of you out there are watching this show right now and you have experience, you're like a Discord guru. You know everything about, I mean everything about Discord. If you know everything about Discord and I have a bunch of questions if you have any time available. I need someone with some I used to have a lot of Discord experience, but I don't have as much as I used to, and so I'm not as good at it as I once was. I just have a bunch of questions. So if you're watching the show right now and you have any experience with Discord, if you could DM me on Twitter, I would appreciate it.
Time the US sells $90 billion
and so I can ask some questions for my dumbass. I'm doing some work on it, and I'm not doing it correctly. I think I'm doing it wrong or the slow way or something. I can't see what's Cap. What's your take on the Fed by the dip or whatever announcement? Did you see that post that I made about it this morning, Chase? Did you see my post this morning, brother? I made a post. I think it was Wolf Street had a take on it. I liked that take. So if you just check my post history on Twitter, I made a post. My last post this morning outside of the outside of the show. Oh, also I'm going to chart out for you while I'm working on the Discord crap. I am going to chart out for you guys. I'm going to chart out for you guys. Chart out Visa and INTC, both the expected move and the pivot points for them. So you'll see me working on that in the background. All right, I'll be back. I'm going to turn CNBC on. Oh, do you guys ever want to see the actual... Do you guys... now, I'm going to tell you guys... Oh, there's a couple of... Shit, I got to write this in here. There's a couple of other programming notes with the new show. You're going to see an icon come up. There's two points about the show. Currently, I play when I'm not on the show, I play in the background the audio from CNBC. Do you guys want to see the video from CNBC? Yes or no? Do you want to see the video as well if I'm not here on your screen? Yes or no? Or is just the audio enough? Now, I know some of you don't like the audio, so we're going to fix that. What I'm going to do here is when I'm not on the show, I'm going to put CNBC on, either the audio or the audio and the video. Now, if it's a day where I'm not currently with you, like right here, right now with video and audio from my voice, I'm going to put an icon that flashes on the screen saying, hey, Cap's here, in case you mute the broadcast so you don't have to listen to CNBC. So if you're like muting the broadcast, you're just watching the TV screen or whatever, and you're like, oh, shit, Cap's speaking, you'll see an icon saying, hey, Cap's live talking right now. So you can then like turn the show back up and listen to me talk if you want. I agree with that, man, Vera. We're going to solve that. On February 1, we're going to solve that. So if you don't like the CNBC audio, you'll see something flashing saying Captain's back on again. Maybe I could do the icon to say CNBC audio and then Cap audio. I'll do that so that you'll know if it's CNBC audio or Cap audio.
So Biden plans to send CIA's
That's right.
drones
So
to Gaza
the
to
idea here would be
negotiate
if
the
you're at
release of
home and you don't like
hostages.
CNBC speaking, you just mute it. And then if you're watching the stream with the mute on and you're listening to your own audio somewhere else and you see a specific icon pop up, it'll say Cap speaking. Yeah, on air, right? Absolutely. Okay. What's going on, AJ Mina? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Am I allowed to show CNBC live? I know there's a famous streamer that does. He does show the show live. I don't think CNBC cares. I'll be honest. I don't think that they care. If I get demonetized, we'll stop it. We won't do it if I get demonetized. Put Blissowitz. We could put Blissowitz on. And here's the last thing to you. That's a good comment. Who wrote that comment? Rocket Surgeon just said put Blissowitz on for colorful commentary. Here's another question for you. If any of you are ever interested in being a guest host on the stream, let me know. Reach out to me via DM on Twitter. If you're like, hey, Cap, I've always wanted to live stream or something like that or be a stand-in. Or I think people want to hear my voice. Always feel free to reach out. If you ever want to like host a stream, if I'm unavailable, let me know. I can get you. I can send you like a copy of Streamlabs that's all set up and ready to go, and you can run the stream from your house. If I know, and I have to know you, you can't be somebody I don't know. Like you have to be like a guy like Blissowitz. Guy's been around here since day one. I'm sorry if I don't know you, I'd have to get to know you. Or if you have a history on Twitter, like a 10-year, 5-year history on Twitter that I can track you down and make sure that you're who you say you are, that would be possible as well. I'd have to find out some kind of bona fides from you that I trust you as a person too. Not really trust you like, oh, are they perfect? And remember something too. If you were a stand-in for me, I have no expectations that you're like calling shots or you have to be right. It's more just trying to host the show and be like, hey, how's everybody doing? Everybody happy here? What can I help you with? That kind of stuff. So don't feel like you have to be like, I don't fucking know, like pro trader level fucking 30 or something. It doesn't have to be like that. Yeah, it would be cool to have an interactive stream where everybody can choose their own audio. It would. I think the only solution I can think of right now would be to where you can choose to mute it and then unmute it based upon something visual. That's all I can think of right now. If Blissowitz goes live, I'm going to see how quickly I can piss him off by going max leftist. That's hilarious. I really appreciate you guys being civil to each other, too, especially with the mixing of politics with stock market stuff. I really appreciate that. And knowing when it matters and when it doesn't matter and all that kind of stuff. And when it does matter to market moves. Why would you want to stream audio when I'm not here? Dead airspace. Absolutely dead airspace. It's a proven fact. You got to have something to fill that dead airspace. And market breaking news, that kind of stuff. Market starts slamming down. You want to know why. Some people want to know why. Yeah, I appreciate it. But the politics stuff, I appreciate you guys are civil and that we don't really talk a lot of politics here that are not market related. Every once in a while we do. We did, I think, yesterday, the day before, and I was really appreciative that it didn't devolve into something nasty. Because we don't normally talk about that stuff. We don't only talk about politics as it relates to the market. So I want to just extend that appreciation to all of you as a community. That we don't devolve into that here. Yeah, dead air is rough. You have to have a little something going on. And the point there too is if you don't like CNBC, it's easy for you to just mute and listen to something else. Put some jams on at home or put on Bloomberg News. I used to do Bloomberg News, but Bloomberg News or Bloomberg Financial News used to be great. And then slowly over time, they were like, let's just throw in some shit right now that has fucking zero to do with the stock market. And it was often very biased one way or the other. It didn't matter. It was just really like it would piss people off. So I'm just like, fuck no, we ain't doing that. CNBC does that sometimes. Like you show up in the morning on CNBC at like 4 a.m. and I forget his name now. I forget his name off the top of my head. But that one old guy, like that fucking guy just goes off on tangents. And the other guy's like, go fuck yourself. The skinny guy. I forget their names, but. I might be able to do that. So Bork is working on for us, giving you guys control. That's not done yet. He's got a couple things here. Some programming notes. Bork is on vacation right now. He's also working on some API stuff to tie you guys in to be able to chat on the streams via membership through us instead of through Twitch or YouTube, which is complicated and time consuming. So you'd go through us for chat, the ability to chat rather than those systems. Now, on his plate right now, he also is working on you guys controlling a bunch of shit. So I will write that down for Bork. You guys controlling the audio. And he's already discussed that with me. So what's really cool is you guys are going to be able to, at some point soon, turn on bear music, turn on bull music. You could probably also turn on or off audio, like a CNBC audio. And I will look into that. Maybe there is a tool that from home you could turn it on or off. That would be cool. So I'll ask him about that specifically. Thanks for saying that, Big Balls. Thank you, Big Balls. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I got you, brother. I get what you're tracking. Dude, you guys are going to be able to turn on, like, the disco ball. I got disco lights here. You guys are going to be able to turn on lighting in the office. You guys are going to be able to do a bunch of cool shit. Oh, Tom Keene's back on? David AMS saying Tom Keene's back on Bloomberg. I will look into that right now, David. I didn't know that. Is he on all day long, David, and right now? And is he on the radio show, or is he on his own channel on like TuneIn or something? How are you accessing him right now, David?
5 spot
2 questions for you.
Bid to cover issue 2 spot 86, 2 spot 86.
David AMS, is he on right
US
now
sells
on
$90 billion in 4-week bills and awards 31.43% of bids at high.
You see that pinning action right now in 4,900? Yep. Yeah, remote control vibrator for the seat. There's like a hole in the bottom of my office chair, and it goes. Cap's losing all his money on 0 dates right now. Somebody hit the button. Darth Maul, he comes on the
Protect
chat
your
all of a
trade
sudden. He's
from
like, I love
online
it.
risk with Financial
Fuck
Juice
you,
Pro.
Cap.
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Poke the bull. Chase is just hammering on it every morning from 9:30 to 10. Oh, something that shows it. Hold on. I'll try to get that. I'll try to get that right now. Hold on. That's for Bork. I can do that too. We can do on Streamlabs side. I could have like a GIF that shows up with like a dildo ramming me in the butt. Like down here or something. I'm serious. Like a big ol' so terrible. The old cock and ball formation. You do like my shirt coming down or something. My pants, my legs. There's Captain. There's my feet. I'm a short guy. I don't have big legs. I got a small body. So terrible. Maybe I should draw that better. Hold on here. There's my body. There's my shirt coming down with buttons. There's my legs and my feet. Oh, so you just switch screens. Taking the high road. I'm taking the high road. Chase is just ramming me every morning from 9:30 to 10. Yeah, so David's saying that He's on till the open. Do you have David? Is he on all day long though? Is he on from like 9:30 until 4 or no? I'm just thinking about it from audio when I'm not here during the day. Just having some audio playing in the background. Dude, that disco ball keeps spinning right now. Disco ball just hasn't stopped moving. I just gave it one spin and it's still turning. Oh, I forgot to say this. Shit. Hold on here. I never posted the live stream either. Fuck. All right, I guess so. I guess only the I guess the only people voting on segments are hardcore community members. That's not a bad thing. So good job. Ready? If you're a hardcore member, we only got your input, which is kind of cool. Because I never posted the stream this morning onto Twitter. I have the post set up, I just never did it. And I got something else cool for you guys this morning. Today is Joe Donut's birthday. If you don't know it, you don't know who Joe Donut is. If you don't know, did I just type in if you don't know who Joe Donut is, he is my partner. He's one of my partners. I have two partners here, but my main partner is Joe Donut. Some of you know him, and some of you don't. And it is his birthday today. And I'm going to talk to you guys about how I met Joe Donut and why he's my partner. He's my partner. Why is he not in here? This is so sketchy. So I'm on Twitter right now, right? And Joe Donut's not coming up. So bizarre. We're going to talk about Joe Donut this morning. So I met Joe Donut when I first got on Twitter. Here's his. I'm going to show his. I'm going to show Joey Donut right now. This is his profile. He's almost. He's almost near his birth year. I'm not going to say when his birth year is, but he's been on Twitter since 2008. He's an OG Twitter user. Shit, it shows his date right here, 1982. And he said to me, he said, I wish I could be at 1,982 followers to match my birth date. So his birthday is this week. And he's excited about it. I met this guy because he is very pragmatic. So an example would be Joe's a Tesla bull, but he's also pragmatic. He's not just like blindly regurgitating as a Tesla bull. And I like that about him. As a matter of fact, he's got a Buc-ee's and Tesla post up right here. I'm going to like that post, by the way. And he's got the Buc-ee's thing going on here. Let us pray. What I really like about Joe Donut, though, is his replies. He's very thoughtful in his replies to people. So I guess I'm on replies right now. And I always like his replies. So here's Jedi Marcus post. And you'll see that he's either funny or he's productive in conversation. So if you ever have the chance, follow Joe Donut. His handle is @JoeHarper. And the reason I became friends with him was because as I developed my relationship with him over the years as a friend, behind closed doors, now this is before we ever even started this. This was just us friends. I'm from the West. I'm from out west, the Western United States. And I moved to Michigan. And when I lived out west, if I was in a room with 2 or 3 of my best friends, and there were 3 white guys, it was not acceptable to say racist things. It was not acceptable to disparage women. It was not acceptable. And you would see in those closed rooms truly who somebody was as a human being. Now, this has nothing to do with your politics, just you as a person. You're like one-on-one when you're with other people. You know this, right? I know that you out there, when you're with your friends or when you're with your family, that you see the true person. When I moved to Michigan, right? And for the first time in a very long time, I would be in closed rooms with people that I met that were white people. And I heard really racist shit from, now this isn't all of Michigan or all of Detroit, but I did see that and witness that. And I was deeply offended by that. Where you have a public face and then a private face. And the private face didn't match the public face. And that hurt me when I moved to
According
Michigan.
to officials, the US and Iraq are to shift to bilateral military relations. US officials are to stay in Iraq to defeat the Islamic State, a new arrangement to replace multilateral defense, according to a US official.
So when I lived out west, I had friends that were Republicans. I had friends that were Democrats. I had a lot of friends that were Libertarians. But behind a closed door, they weren't fucking racists. They weren't sexists. They weren't any of the bad shit. Now, they might be slightly racist and not know it. They might be slightly this or that. People are like that, right? I get that. But not just like abject something really terrible. A terrible human being behind closed doors. I moved to Michigan. I encountered some of that. And I encountered some of that from my friends here that are African American, about white people behind closed doors that are my friends. But it was glaring for me when I moved to Michigan. It was more common for me when I moved to Michigan. Now, Joe Donut, I became friends with him, and behind closed doors, that guy is who he is in real life. He's a good man in real life. He's a great husband, great father to his children. He lives who he is. Now, I've never seen him or experienced him not be that person. So I grew close to Joe. I was attracted to Joe as a person. And we became close friends. And I'd count him as amongst one of my best friends out there in real life. I only have a few real life friends that I'm close with. And this guy, Joe Donut, has become one of them. Now, I'll call myself I'll call him one of my friends for life due to that. I know that no matter what, in any situation, that guy will be there as a loyal, trusted friend for the right reasons, even when things are going wrong, even when things are bad, even when things are good. It doesn't matter. And I can trust and value his decision-making. And I asked him to be my partner to keep me in line, too. Because I said to him, I know that a lot of times when you go down these roads, you can become greedy. You can become focused on money. You can become focused on becoming a furu. You can be trying to fuck people or only say what plays on their emotions. There's a lot of evil shit that goes on in the background of these things. We can pump and dump stock tickers. We can create a Discord where we're doing pump and dump operations. You can see people just greed. Just like greed, evil shit. Or I don't like that person. We're going to fuck with them, that kind of stuff. All that nasty, evil shit that people thrive on. There are people, real people in the world. You may not know this, that don't give a flying fuck about their common man, their common woman, or people that thrive on being nasty and mean. He's not that guy. He's always looking for the positive. He's always looking for the right thing to do. He knows that good things come to people that do those things. And he knows that when something bad comes to people that do good things, that other people will be there for them when those bad things come. That's another important part of life. If you live a good life, over time, better things come to you. And when something tragic comes to you, living a good life, people that you are around like him are there for you to pick you up. So if you have a chance, it's his birthday coming up this week. Follow Joe Donut. I think he'll be a light on the hill for you on your in your Twitter experience. Okay, that's Joe Donut. So happy birthday, Joe. My boy Joey Donut. And he gets bared up too. If you're a bear out there, right? And you're like, I'm an angry person. Joe Donut buys puts. Joe Donut short stocks. So he's very pragmatic. Remember that. Pragmatism. So follow Joe Donut. All right. That's what I got for you guys. I got to go. I'm going to put on CNBC, and you'll see some big changes happening on the stream this week. Oh, one other programming note. On these changes that are coming on the 1st, we are going to be launching a version of the show as a podcast, which is just audio. So if you cannot watch the show on YouTube or Twitch and you want to listen in via podcast, the show will be going live on the 1st as an audio version. So we'll be launching that here shortly as well. So look for that coming out here shortly. If you want to listen to as you're driving down the road, you don't have Apple or smart car or something like that, or Apple Play or anything like that in your car, and you just want to tune in, maybe via your phone, via a podcasting. We're gonna have a radio show. That's the same. That's this show, but via a version via radio or something like that. I'd say it like that. I love you, Nino, man. I see you guys come to my defense. I want you to know that I see it. That means more, dude, than you know. I see you guys do that. Defend me in places. I see it. I go and see it. I try not to say anything because I can come off as like, I don't know, like oh, that's just the stand for CaptainJimJames. So I try not to get involved, but I do see it. And I deeply appreciate that friendship, Nino. I love you too, Jasmine. Thanks, Just Some Guy. I see you guys out there. I do. I see you, Just Some Guy, in the Discord. E-Trading Shorts. I called him yesterday. I tried to call Blind Nest Owl. I've been trying to get in touch with Blind Nest Owl. I see those guys out there interacting in the Discord. I check their histories. I'm deeply appreciative to those guys for what they do. Cap Squad, baby. Oda Nubunga out there. I love you, brother, by the way. I saw you posting. I saw you somewhere. I saw you either on Twitter yesterday or Discord yesterday. You were dropping hammers everywhere on some shit that was pretty cool. Outside of the show and whatever, your own stuff. I thought it was badass, by the way. I go out there and find you guys. I go see what you're doing on the internets. I do. Yeah, 7-hour podcast, or an audio version on a podcast site, so that you can access us, another vehicle for you to access us. So you guys should be able to listen into an audio broadcast of the show no matter where you are. Look at that pinning action, man. Just keep slamming it. Slamming 4,900. Everybody's talking about PayPal in the chat on YouTube and Twitch right now. I love you, Stacy. Do I think people have become more racist on social media? It was like that politics discussion we had the other day. And it's really, there's an insidiousness where, like if I'm conversing with some Democrats, they'll be like, show them no quarter. I'm a Democrat. People will be like, show them no quarter. And they can't be talked to. I don't agree with that. Even now, there's a line of communication open between China and Russia and the United States, right? That dialogue is critical. But there's an insidiousness right now. And it's not just racism, it's anything. This is even for Democrats. There are people on the far, far left, right? There are people out there that support Houthis right now that I'm not in agreement with. Democrats. They got a fucking flag that says kill all Americans, basically. I'm paraphrasing. Death to America is on their fucking flag. A lot of you have never been to these places. I have. I've been to those places. And I understand the complexity of it. I understand that they wouldn't normally be like that. As a matter of fact, I live in Detroit. Dearborn is portrayed. Dearborn, Michigan. This is kind of fascinating. Dearborn, Michigan is portrayed as a shithole and dangerous, and you got terrorists in Dearborn. That's not true. Matter of fact, parts of Dearborn, Michigan are nicer than likely places you live. Matter of fact, there are a lot of people that live in Dearborn. These are Muslims and Chaldeans, which are Christians, that make more money than you will ever make. They're new to this country. They're banking. Hamtramck is a place in Detroit. Has a large Palestinian population. In real life, they've been removed from Palestine. They are given the opportunity to go to get educated, get a job, open business. They live productive lives. There's no bombs going off in Hamtramck. So I get what you're saying if you like, I support the Houthis or whatever. But like the extremes of that and the extremes of the right are being used right now to put you all fighting each other for another reason. We're moving. If you guys understand anything about history and politics or not politics, power and government, over the centuries, you always need an idol of some form, whether that's like myths or gods or religion or democracy or communism or corporations, like your corporate overlords. We love Coca-Cola, right? We love Ford, the car company. This is the turn of the century. Or now the rise of, we had the rise of oligarchs and corporations into the early 2000s, and now we're moving into the rise of, I think the other day, Trader Podcast said like a duo oligarchy, duoligarchy, where you have like a figure of a corporation tied with a corporation. So anyways, there's a fight going on right now, in my view, from multinational corporations that know no obedience to governments. This would be Apple, Google, Tencent, any corporation that's multinational. X, Twitter, sees it. You know the Everything app? That's a fiefdom for you to feel good in. You have a Facebook fiefdom for people that are getting old. You've got it going. You've got that Facebook fiefdom for old people. There's this whole thing where if you're young, you have your own fiefdoms, right? You got TikTok, right? Then you graduate to Instagram, right? Then you graduate to Twitter. Then you graduate or Parler or Telegram, whatever makes you feel good. And that will become monetized. And not only monetized, it'll be a place for you to develop loyalty. So they play upon your emotions. It's the easiest way to do it. regardless of what your emotions are or your leanings, political leanings, your buying habits, doesn't matter what it is. It's whatever makes you feel right and good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, doesn't matter if you're a Republican, doesn't matter if you fucking like cars or if you like woodworking. It's intended to get your loyalty and your money and control how you act in life. And it's becoming amplified. A lot of money's been spent on this by corporations, by governments, by religion. Religion knows how to, like, religion's one of the famous ones, right? I'm an atheist, but I was raised Catholic. If I read a Bible, when I read like the Book of Matthew, or I read just if I just read the Old Testament, they tell you how to live life. They're all good things. They sound right, right? Like be good. Don't fuck your neighbor's wife. That sounds right. Don't murder anybody. That sounds good. So as time has passed, a lot of very smart people and very smart people and very money-driven societies have evolved over time to be your new god, or be your new government, or be your new corporation, that your brand. And so we're just moving into this next phase of it, in my view. We're moving into this new phase, and so it's not necessarily if people are more racist. It's that you're being played upon, in my view, to take extreme positions. And I'm not really a fan of an online ID, but we're moving towards that, right? Like a social credit score and knowing who you are. Even Elon has said, we want to find out who these people are hiding behind screen names, right? That might do away with some of that. If you knew who everybody was in real life, was their online persona, they might not be like that, would they? Like with extreme positioning or beliefs or whatever. But right now, where we are in social media, is it's easy for people to take on extreme positions in public, not associated with their real persona, or their online persona is not associated with their real life, who they are. And then you've got corporations
Shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rate statistics for the
that
US.
know this and feed into it, feed into those extreme positions. So anyways, do I think racism is rising? I think everything is rising. I think extremes are rising everywhere, and they don't want you talking to each other either. The worst thing that you can do as a human is to meet the people that you hate the most. I wouldn't want that if I was Google. I would want your loyalty to Google any way that I can get it. And I, without a doubt, do not want you meeting whoever I'm pitting you against to get your loyalty. Because in real life, when you meet these people, it's not like that, is it? You can usually have or up until recent history, you could at least agree to disagree or argue and move away from each other. We're moving away from that right now on an extreme level. And I don't know how that works out. I don't know what the end result is. Governments seem to not be, or they seem to be behind the curve on this in a big way. I'm very fearful for the future in that respect, but so that something really tragic doesn't happen. I don't want to see something tragic happen. I just read a story that says that older people are less likely to be scammed today than kids today. I always relate this back to, there's an easy way to understand this concept. There was a time when people only accepted someone pumping their gas for them. Forget about if it's healthy or unhealthy. Everyone knew that if you pulled up to a gas station, you'd get your gas pumped, and the person there would check your oil and your fluids. It was a part of what getting your gas was. Over time, they stopped checking your oil, they stopped checking your water levels in your car, they stopped checking your windshield wiper fluid levels, and people were stinky about it. They were like, this sucks. But there were younger people that...
mortgage rates in the US increased, climbing to the most since October.
There were people, though, that were younger that didn't experience that. They weren't drivers yet. 10 years pass and less people cared if they changed your fluids, right? Then eventually they stopped pumping gas for you. And people got stinky. Why do I have to pump my own gas now? I remember back when they checked your fluids. There's a new group of people growing up that don't have that experience. Now today, nobody cares about pumping their own gas, do they? It's just accepted. You have young people that have never experienced, except for maybe, I think Oregon maybe still does it, but generally speaking, people don't expect to have their fluids checked. They don't expect to get their gas pumped. As a matter of fact, most of you, anyone that owns a business knows that, half the time you don't have paper for the printer to print out your gas receipt for your taxes. Half the time they don't have the cleaner in the bucket for you to wipe your windows, right? Some of you might not even want it anymore because it's dirty water. Things are changing over time. And a lot of that is happening right now in our society. It's very dangerous. I have a child that's young, right? 2 children are young. They're growing up in a world where so much has changed and changing so fast that they don't even know what's acceptable and what's not. We had a conversation with our oldest daughter last week about clothes and how we go to secondhand stores looking for clothes, right? Not just clothes. We like going to secondhand stores. We have fun there. We'll go once a month, once every 3 months. So for us on New Year's Day, sometimes you'll go to like an American Chinese takeout or something. Have you like hungover from New Year's? On New Year's Day, we'll sometimes go to like a secondhand store because they'll have a big sale, and we'll walk the entire store as a family. That's true. We do that. But we were discussing how the quality of clothes have gone down so much that in the throwaway clothing culture, throwaway clothes as a fashion, throwaway fashion it's called, I think. You can't even find clothes in a secondhand store anymore because it's such throwaway fashion. You wear it 2-3 times, it starts to break down, and you just basically throw it in the fucking dumpster. But my kids are even noticing that. And my youngest probably doesn't even know, and I don't think she does. They're conditioning people as time passes to accept less. So that's a big thing for me is society losing the ability to communicate with each other. You're seeing it in colleges, right? They have whole programs. Liberal art programs are imploding at major institutions in the United States due to students wanting technical degrees in math, which we need. Humanities aren't going to be able to solve a lot of the issues, not all of them, but some of the issues that math can or science can. But we still need that portion of society or some rudimentary ability to write a fucking essay, to form a complex thought that can be communicated and argued upon civilly amongst each other. We need that. Maybe it's like taking economics classes in grade school in 8th grade. We suck at that now. We need to do a better job at that. I think maybe humanities are going to become something like that, where you have to teach, you're required to learn how to write a goddamn essay. If you check right now, kids, they're like cursive out the window, reading a real book out the window, writing with a pencil out the window. I realize that stuff's going to go away, but there has to be some foundational teaching of that stuff still that needs to, in my view, remain in society. I understand that. I get it. It's a very logical thing to say. Just some guy, too, just said, college humanities is just too expensive. And you don't make money. I understand that. 100%. But we're losing great minds to it, too, right? And I think that's scary. That humanities education, if we can have just 10% of intelligent people learning humanities still, or 5%, leads to serendipity. And serendipity is a very important part of the human experience that AI does not have. Serendipity is a badass thing. It leads to beautiful, beautiful things in humanity. You know, we were talking about Ernest Hemingway earlier in the program this morning, right? That guy's been around the world, lived, loved, did everything, lost, served in militaries, or he fled a military. He fled conscription and then was conscripted in another country's military. That touching grass aspect to life is part of the experience that humans need. They really do need that. We need people to like experience life so they can tell you, you know, this is what actually happens. Blood, baby, blood, baby. Anyways, so yeah, do I think that there's real racism or more racism out there, or more of this or more of that out there? I think I think it's a function of greed more than I think it's not a real experience. I think it's like not tangible. It's something that like lives in the internet. And then the reality of what it is. A little bit of a rug pull here. See if ooh. Hold on a minute here. 48.67. That is the prior. So where my cursor is down here, right down there, that is the low from yesterday, right here. Target, downside target. PT1, this is the target down here. PT2 is your target right there. Rug is being pulled right now. Stink bid down below at PT2. Also very close to S1. Yeah, it's a function of living on the internet and no one touching grass. It's not just racism. It's a bunch of other shit. We say a lot of things on the internet today because it feels good. Oh, this feels good. I have an outlet to reach out and yell at somebody for what's wrong, right? We're shown things on the internet that are, you know what? A lot of this is a true fact. Humans have a hard time with scale or grasping scale. Humans have a hard time. This is a proven fact, okay? Understanding what 360 million actually is, or a billion actually is. But we're shown a video of something that makes you emotionally angry, right? Look at those animals over there, what they're doing. Look at what these animals over there are doing. You can show that about anybody. Look at what these Antifa weirdos are doing. Look at what these looters are doing. And you can show examples of, you know, like of right or left. You can show either, like on a video or in a clip. But is that the reality out there? Probably not, right? if you look at on scale, it's probably not. How many? I think the percentage of Americans that have never left the U.S. is like 70%. They have like weird numbers, like 30% of people haven't left their own region. Like I live in Boston, and they've never left New England. They might have gone to New York once. Like 30%. Serious. Yeah, I think we're pinning 490. But even if we have a blood here, we are pinning 490. If we get that blood down there, I still think we pin back up here. We have a pin on 490 today. Anyways, yeah, there's scale is a big part of this. So you're fed every day. You're fed. You wake up. I don't care who you are. You're being fed something that makes you feel good, and you're being fed something intentionally to make you get angry. And it's easy for you, right? I don't like my boss, or I don't like my boss as a woman. And then you see something negative towards women, and you're like, fuck yeah, I'm angry at my boss. She's a woman, and this plays into my feelings. You feel good. But in real life, are you angry at women? No. If you were to go out there and meet a woman, would you be angry at her? No. You go out there and live next to a woman, probably wouldn't be angry. So I can clean this up for you, see if that's real rug pull or not. Right there we go. Hold on. Right there, let's keep it right there. Get outside and touch grass, man. Touch grass. You have a wife? Yeah, I'm angry. Man, that sucks when you have a bad relationship too, right? As a matter of fact, last night I've been so tired. I've been burning the candle, man. I've been like running. I'm working like 18-hour days right now. About 18-hour days. Like true work. About 18 hours a day right now. I fucking bitched at my wife last night. I was tired. Then I went to apologize to her. And I was like, I'm fucking burning the candle at both ends. I apologize. I really love you more than the entire world. And, she didn't want to accept my apology. And I was like, I want you to know that I love you more than the entire world. Please don't be mad with me. You have every right to be right now. And she accepted that apology last night. Told me to get some sleep, and I did. Passed out last night. I was on the phone last night and had text messages with Quinn and Joe. I literally passed out. Slept like, I think I slept from 9 or 10 until 7 a.m. It was like a 10-hour rock hard sleep. It was awesome. Big cute boys said I just full ported 485p. 0 dates, let's go. Make it rain. You guys want me to draw it out for you? One right there. Confirmation right there. Blast down a PT1. PT2 right there. You guys want me to draw it out for you? Piss off the bulls? I probably got to spread it out a little bit. There's been no volatility, so when we do make these moves, it's not that fast usually. We got to talk about Tesla at some point. I haven't talked about it yet today. I've been discussing with some close confidants that we got to talk about Tesla. We need to have. I made a post about this on Twitter. What's coming or the danger to Tesla? A week ago or two, I think it was last week or something. That shit's coming true. We have to have a greater discussion about Tesla, though. Maybe after the market today or this week or at some point.
So Putin has said to signal to the US that he is open to talks on Ukraine. So again, Moscow floats ideas on Ukraine's
Nice.
security and territory, according to sources here being cited by the
Do
wires.
not short this, boys and girls. Open to talks on Ukraine. Open to talks on Ukraine.
Notice
Fuck
a bit of
no.
a weakness in the dollar, a bit of strength in the S&P 500, correlating with that headline. So
Yeah,
again,
be
Putin
careful
said to
right
signal
here.
to the US that he is open to talks on Ukraine, as Moscow floats ideas on Ukraine's security and territory, according to sources unnamed being cited by the wires.
Do not short this. If you're a matter of fact, just either be if you're a bear, sit on your hands, or if you're a bull, look out for the upside move. Main Street hat, bleed them fucking dry. Stock trader hat, that will be positive for the market. It's pretty bullish. if talks ever begin, pretty bullish. Personally, bleed them the fuck out so that they can't. We don't have to fight a two-front war. If you want an exact tick for Tesla to bounce, hold on, I'll pull it up. Let me check Tesla Daily Velo. Give me one quick second. Holy shit. We're at minus 50 velocity on Tesla right now. This is your one chance for Tesla to bounce. Chase just said this is your one chance for Tesla to bounce. You have a one chance right here at 182.98, 183, 180 possibly. Might hit 180. Your next level below is 170.67. Tesla been in free fall all day long. Not only is it in free fall, there is real danger here for Tesla to trade $64. Now, there'll be bounces along the way. But Tesla, we have to have that talk. No, if you want to know the time to buy Tesla for that bounce, your first thing you need to be seeing is price above. Remember, what are the tools that we use here? Someone in the chat say what you need to do to buy Tesla. So even if it bounces, someone say it. You need a cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. You need price to back test the 1 and 5 minute trigger. If you get a successful back test on the 1 and 5 minute trigger, you can take a trade to the 30-minute trigger. That stands at 193.57 currently. The next target above would be 198.87. Even if you get that bounce, trend is still down. You would take the money and run, and because you're likely going to reject off of either of those two once again on Tesla. Tesla's in big trouble. Big trouble. Big, big, big trouble. Major trouble. And Elon knows it for other reasons. I'll quickly highlight it for you. There's real danger. So, all right, from an economic, macroeconomic standpoint, I would posit that bulls, bears, and everyone knows that we are still in the end of either a short or long-term debt cycle. Okay? We're not at the start of a debt cycle. We're at the end. That doesn't relate to the price of the stock market. But that is a major issue for Tesla. Okay? Bulls, bears. Now, that's not in relation to the price of the stock market. in terms of macroeconomic cycle, 90% of people even still know that we're at the tail end of one. That doesn't bode well for auto companies. Number two, there is a real threat to the U.S. EV market in general and to European EV market in general. If you're older, you will recall in the 1980s, late 70s, early 80s, we had an oil embargo. America made big cars, gas guzzlers. American car industry didn't confront that issue. And also we had high cost in our manufacturing. Japan stepped in. They made small vehicles, fuel-efficient vehicles, and they were working on the efficiency of car manufacturing. Right now, there is a real threat from China. They're making factories, manufacturing efficiencies, and building cars on a scale that is insane. That is a direct threat to the American and European EV manufacturing market. That is not existential, that is real. Elon has given up some control of Tesla in ownership and in leadership. There's a waning going on right now for Elon Musk and Tesla. He needs more shares, more control. He does. He made a bad decision by buying Twitter, for being forced into it, right? A joke turned into being forced. That hurt him. He also has loans out there based on his stock ownership in Tesla, believe it or not, tied to it. There are people that he's pissed off out there right now in a big way that would love nothing more than to fuck him over. Those are all really negative. Now, Elon's addressed some of this stuff in public, seeing it coming and knowing there's reasons here for him to make some of these statements public in his benefit. So he doesn't lose control of Tesla. Now, Tesla also is a car company.
Are inquiring into Alphabet, Amazon, Anthropic, Microsoft, and OpenAI. So this is the Federal Trade Commission announcing today that it issued orders to these 5 companies, requiring them to provide information regarding recent investments and partnerships involving generative AI companies and major cloud service providers as well. So no indication of what the FTC is looking for, just that the inquiries have been made.
There's also
the FTC seeking information specifically on investments or partnerships.
Now, Tesla's a car company, right? But Tesla's known as more than a car company, right? You hear that statement all the time. Tesla's more than a car company. And Elon came out and he said, I'm not willing to work on all this other shit if you don't give me more percentage of that company. All this stuff going on, there is risk to Tesla as a company. Now, whether that's being manufactured by other outside forces, and maybe some internal forces with Elon himself, there can be or possibly is coming down the road here for Tesla specifically a period of time, 1 to 2 years, possibly even longer, due to the end of a debt cycle, where there could be a repricing event of Tesla. And any of you that's been longtime Tesla investors know that we go through periods, 1 to 2, 3 years of stagnation in Tesla. And it is possible. And some of the patterns of Tesla price right now are matching up to some of those. It is possible there's a risk of a period of time to Tesla where it gets repriced. So we have to have that conversation at some point. We have to look back on those years, like the early 2010s, early 2010s. the mid 2010s, so 2010, 11, 2014, 15, somewhere in there. There's some very similar behavior going on. And there's Elon too, like, you know, when you buy, if they give him more shares, right? They're like their options. He doesn't want to buy them on highs either. There's some personal reasons for this, and there's some. You know, I made a post about Howard Hughes being pushed out of TWA. You know, some of this is playing out like Howard Hughes. Fat old rich white guys, right? They tend to do the same thing repetitively because it works. History sometimes it's good to look at history, as those same old fat white rich people will do the same shit that they do over and over again. This is what my dad did. I know how to, you know, fuck a guy like Elon. We have examples of it. You should go down a rabbit hole if you haven't already. You should go to the Howard Hughes Wikipedia page. Read the entire page. Read everything about Howard Hughes. Reads like a fucking Elon book. Now, does it mean that's the exact outcome for Elon? No. Howard Hughes was a pilot. He did a bunch of other shit matter of fact, he did a ton of real estate stuff that Elon doesn't do. But, you know, if you read it, you're like, man, that looks really close to Elon. And Howard Hughes, though, had a lot in common with Elon. He pushed the envelope for our military, right? You'd have Howard Hughes there. Would a lot of people consider him a fraud too, Howard Hughes? But he pushed manufacturing of aircraft to fight wars for the United States. Yeah. So, anyways, I posted that guy's name, Dietrich, right? We've got people on the Tesla board, and there's another aspect to this whole thing that I just said to you, which would be, if there are true threats to Tesla as a car company, if you were on the board, you might want to save Tesla, the car company, and be like, you know what? Fuck all that AI shit. We're going to focus on our core of what we do. And that might not include Elon. There might be a push to remove Elon, not just because of his dilly-dallying with Twitter, or his dilly-dallying with Starlink, or dilly-dallying with SpaceX. And Elon might be getting bored knowing that there's, you know, like stuff that he has no control over, right? If we're in an end of a debt cycle, it's not like it's party time. Elon loves party time, right? We're at the start of a debt cycle. You can see where Tesla came into being was at the beginning of a debt cycle. It's fun. It's fucking fun, man. You're at the start of a debt cycle. Everybody's looking up, right? Let's do a startup. We're not going to go work for IBM. We're going to start our own tech startup. There's another aspect to this, too, that we don't discuss a lot of here in the show, and that is that there's always a cycle of young people. And Elon's not young, is he? 52, right? I think it's 52. Could be wrong, but somewhere in there. And there's young people that are like, you know what? Just like Elon when he was young. I want to be the next Elon Musk. I want to be the next Wozniak. I want to be the next Bill Gates. And as time passes, there's a more likely chance of that person being born and becoming that next person. And China is doing that too right now, right? They're putting out, as time, if it was a short period of time, right, where you can make these leaps and bounds, and then there comes a time period where other people join you in that same technology. And that's when you start having competition. And they can dilute the serendipity or the coolness of what you're doing. So maybe you have to move on to something else that's cool and new. And you see him talking about AI right now, right? He doesn't get left behind in that conversation, does he? He talks about AI on X. He talks about AI in FSD. And he knows that if the show moves on, you got to go with the show, right? And an easy way to explain that is your favorite stock out there. You'll notice if you're on like Twitter or StockTwits or Wall Street Bets, maybe your favorite, maybe Rivian is the toast of the town. You're like, woo, Rivian. Everybody's talking about Rivian. Then all of a sudden the show moves into some other company. And you're like, wait, where'd everybody go? Oh shit, my stock price is going down. Where's all that money going? Where's all that excitement going? And damn it, I'm stuck now with just me and looking at Rivian. And there's that AI show is going on, and the attraction or the road show is not with Tesla right now. Tesla trading 180.61 right now. Tesla, real support. You want to know where it is? 163.83. Real support on Tesla. 163.83. Next, real support on Tesla. 77.93. That won't come by the time we get there, though. It'll be about right where that gap is. That's been there forever. There's a gap at 115, 112. There's a gap way back when, in like 2020 or something. That's a little bit lower. It's like $96 or something like that, right around 96. So that's 77.93 is likely going to be right there. $96 by the time we get there. Currently, the bottom for Tesla is $78. I said 64, it's 78. Tesla in free fall right now. Draw a little box at home at $163. All right, how about this? I'll say this. Draw your first box at 179.08, and then your next box at 163. It's a closing the gap phase. You close the gaps that are lower that are left behind. It's a repricing event. Any of you out there right now that have been if any of you have been a bull since the beginning on Tesla, if you remember those periods where you'd take a major low and you'd buy a leap as far out as possible. And you'd wait 2-3 years for that print. And that's where we're going again, in my view. They suck. They fucking suck. I've been through 2 of them, and they are not fun. There will be, in my view, moments where you will be banned from speaking about Tesla in certain social media circles. If you're an old school Tesla bull, you know what I'm talking about. If any of you guys remember like the Knights of Elon, like KNIGHTS? Any of you guys remember that stuff? We're likely heading towards one of those periods. I just discussed that. That's the entire macro implications of the end of a short-term debt cycle. It's not just Tesla. What's Tesla's value as a car company? Way lower. Way lower. Now, do I think they'll be valued at that? No, I think it'll be used as leverage by Elon to get a good price in the stock price. So there's like there's this whole thing in it. There's other, it's like not just step one. You got to go to step one. Why? Like, why is it being portrayed that they're only a tech or a car company? It's meant to get the price lower so they get a better buy-in. There's more to it than just that. Whenever you guys have questions like that, think about the reason for the question and why it's being presented. It's for a better stock price. To make more money. You'll magically have like, oh, we're not just a car company anymore. We're back to being more than a car company. It'll magically be announced at the right stock price. So think about, whenever you guys ask questions like that, think about why that question's being presented to you that you're regurgitating, right? Like, why? Who's saying it? Why are they saying it? What's the reasoning behind it? It's not based in reality. It's based in a better stock price. There's that target right there. We just tagged 180.07. Should see a bounce here. You'll have algorithms that'll buy every $10. So 180, 170, 160, 190, 200. You should see an auto bounce here. Price target, Tesla, ultimately. First ultimate real true price target. Currently sits at 167. Give me a second. I'm going to look at it. I have another target here, 167.73. Make sure I got that right. 167.83, somewhere in there. Tesla officially in a bear market as well, by the way, if you don't know that. I haven't told you guys that. They officially entered a bear market yesterday at the close. IWM was just asked a question about IWM. Looking for a dip buy on IWM at 193.18. I am neutral on IWM right now, if you want to know. Not bearish, but not necessarily bullish. Daily trigger is 193.18 on IWM. All right, I'll be back with you guys soon. I keep saying I'm going to leave, and then I don't.
Something that the late Roger Ailes once asked me. Are you nuts?
Let's take him at his word, Jim, that they are in the middle of two big growth cycles. Right. Are you willing to wait? Because he himself
You'll find the post that I made about Tesla about a week or two ago.
He's out of the Magnificent Seven.
When I said that Tesla...
He shot first.
Tesla's,
I mean, what do you want me to say?
Looking
he's
pretty bad. I think that the price of Tesla that day was like,
at this moment, PayPal's one of them. You can
see
that sharp decline here. It's dropped about 3%. The company is holding its Innovation Day, apparently making several product-related announcements. Our Kate Rooney is following that. She's going to join us momentarily to tell us exactly what they said that might be the reason for the stock dropping like a stone, like you see there. Let's move to United Rentals, though, because they did beat. That stock hits a new 52-week high today. We do it, and I highlight it because you own it, Bill.
Yeah, we added. It was actually my first ad sort of shift on the year. Great report. They're buying back $1.5 billion in stock. record revenues. One of the reasons why we added this is the narrative that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the fiscal money hasn't came out yet. So we expect that to really be a tailwind this year for URI. And I mean, we own Caterpillar, so I think that's really looking at there. But I think overall, when you look at this entire narrative too, China, they could see a little bit of a bottom in there. I think there's some good lookout on that part of it too.
I wanted to hit private equity too, because Blackstone reported today, and you do have a lot of wondering as to whether this is going to be the year for a lot of exits for private equity, which is sitting on a lot of stuff. You know, LPs obviously want the rewards at this point. You have Carlyle only.
Yeah.
What do you think about the PE space?
Well, look, PE has discovered wealth management, and that's where the flows are now coming from, in addition to the traditional places like sovereign wealth. And there is so much money in PE, they are literally chasing people down the hallway to give it to any business owner who has positive free cash flow. It's not an exaggeration. There's $2.6 trillion in quote-unquote dry powder. Apollo is like 10% of that. These funds have got to deploy the money, or they have to return it. And that sounds pretty casual. Oh, you just give it back? They never give it back. Remember, they don't care about the carry. When you talk about 2 and 20, forget the 20. It's a cherry on top. They live on the 2. That's how they employ people. That's how they pay their rent. It's the most important thing. So they never give the money back. If you're a PE firm, you don't deploy it. You call back the consultant who placed all this allocation with you. You say, sorry, I couldn't deploy it. Guess what? You screwed up their allocation. You're out for the next time. So it's literally trillions of dollars, and I don't know about exits. All I know is this is just an area that's going to remain huge in terms of transactions, activity, money being put to work, et cetera. I see it in my industry. I see it all over the place.
Okay. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I hope to have more details for you on this move in PayPal and why it's happening. And then we also have another story breaking now about the Federal Trade Commission digging in on big tech AI-related deals. You want to hear about that? We'll tell you both next.
The Fed makes no bids for 7-year notes. So again, no bids from the Fed for the 7-year notes auction coming up at the top of the hour.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the leading edge of news for non-farm
All right, Julia
payrolls?
Borston's
Then
joining
sign
us
up today
now.
and get our
Julia,
special
what do we
offer
know
of
about what I'm
Financial
reading
Juice
here
Pro for a
about the
year's worth of our service
FTC
for the price
apparently
of
going to
1
scrutinize
month
these
and
big
save
tech AI
92%.
deals a little more closely?
That's exactly right. FTC Chair Lina Khan just announcing that she's launching a market inquiry into the investments and partnerships being formed between AI developers and the cloud service providers. Now, we have to note, this is not an investigation. This is a study or a market inquiry that could then be used potentially as the grounds for future investigations, but not currently investigation. Now, this names Microsoft, Amazon, and Alphabet. Those are the three public companies with a big presence in the AI space that are named in this. And in terms of the private companies, OpenAI and Anthropic are the two key companies in focus here. Now, CNBC has reached out to all the companies. We have not heard back yet. I just want to flag here, Scott, it's really interesting that her focus here is on the business incentives that this AI and generative AI industry is creating, particularly in the relationship between the cloud providers and the AI companies. And Lina Khan made the comparison to social media and the incentives there in terms of user data. So certainly an area to watch, Scott.
Yeah, thanks for flagging that and doing that for us, Julia. Appreciate it. That's Julia Borston. Now to the PayPal story, which is now below the 200-day moving average, to more than 9% off the peak of Monday. Kate Rooney joins us now as promised with more details. What are we learning here?
Hey, Scott. So PayPal is launching a bunch of new AI products, and it's this effort to really revamp the company and fend off some of the competition from, you've got Apple Pay, you've got Shopify, and this is the first major announcement we're hearing under Alex Chriss, who's the new CEO. He joined in September, clearly really trying to tap into the AI boom as well. They are announcing some of these products are related to AI. I spoke to Alex Chriss yesterday. He says it's a way to basically move the company faster, to make it leaner, make the checkout experience better. He acknowledged that the company has not innovated fast enough, as he said, and then hopes that some of these updates can help leapfrog the competition. PayPal really was the first mover and almost invented online checkouts. They have fallen behind based on what Mizuho and others have said in terms of competition from Apple Pay. As I mentioned, they're introducing a few different things. One is this one-click checkout feature. They're calling it Fastlane. It's in early testing. They say makes it faster, makes it easier. And some new features for Venmo Business as well. They're also leaning into advertising. Shares are down. You can see more than 6% of this news, likely because of the perceived spending. I asked Alex Chriss about that and said, are you going to be pouring resources into this? He said, no, it's about getting more efficient, using our existing resources. But Wall Street really wants to see more efficiency versus potential spending here, Scott. So that's likely what's hitting shares here. Wall Street doesn't like this news.
Yeah, no, not at all. Down near 6%. Kate Rooney, thank you for that. Mr. Shareholder, learning about this in real time.
Yeah, it's just the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It looks like market manipulation, but nobody wins. So why would you come out and say we're going to rock your world or whatever he said, and then the big innovation is we're not investing in this, we're still cost cutting, but look, we're going to do a faster checkout? That's like table stakes. You have to have a faster check. We all understand that. There's nothing here. They should. I don't know. I'm not impressed by so far. It's a new CEO. Give them the benefit of the doubt. They report on February 7th. Maybe they will rock our world then. But like this is not what's popping in the streets. Like we don't roll like this. We don't say big things and then back them up with basically minor incremental improvements to existing products. That's a really weird flex. And that's why you're seeing the stock get traded this way.
Okay, so let's bounce for a moment. Let me note for you also, the Dow's gone negative by near 7 points, so that's evaporated. S&P 500, 4878. It's off the best levels of the day. So is the Nasdaq too. Maybe some of those tech stocks are reacting to that report you heard Julia Borston tell us about, but you also heard our guys here at the top of our program taking some money off the table in both AMD and NVIDIA. We're back after this.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $41 billion in 7-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.5 with a prior high yield of 3.859%. So just looking at a preview ahead of this auction, given the recent backup in yields and a better technical backdrop, JP Morgan strategists expect the auction to be easily absorbed. Also look into the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short a record amount of 889,000 10-year note futures, a potential source of covering demand at the auction.
All right, we're watching shares of Western Digital today. They report in overtime. You own it. What are your expectations here?
Yeah, I'm looking for a couple things. So go back to October, November. The stock is up 50% since then. And that's really like that time we added it. We noticed two things, that they're spinning off SanDisk. That was about in November to shareholders. They're also talking about restructuring debt. I think in an environment where steady growth, today's GDP 3.3%, steady growth in a little bit lower yields, prices are coming down. This is this type of stock that you want to own. Now you go back to the memory, the trough of memory demand coming from a CEO like Micron. Hard disk drive, HDD. Let's see what they comment about that. A little bit of a trough there through that inventory cycle. I think this is higher to go. Morgan Stanley certainly does. It's their top pick in the chip sector.
All right, when we come back, we'll do final trades.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $41 billion in 7-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.5. The prior high yield was 3.859%.
Just a note here that I just charted out Intel. This is the Intel after the bell ER report. INTC. We're going to go over that really quick. Let me mute the stock market or the CNBC. Okay, I'm going to mute them really quick. INTC, bottom left-hand side of your screen. Expected moves today. Upside target, $52.50. Downside target, $46.24. INTC, not always, but oftentimes has a poor performance in their ERs. I am going to expect INTC to sell off into their close due to that poor performance that they traditionally show. But I do think it rips on this ER, and I think their last ER they ripped as well. I'll check on it right now and just check their history. In the background here, I'll look at it. Let me just take a quick peek. They have a 6.6% expected move as well. We are parked right now on SPY, by the way. No guarantees. We have a rug pull here. So just up here, just note that this is actual support on SPY. Now back to our INTC really quick. Historically, they tend to, or their last last three reports, they were bullish on their reports. Prior to that would be January 26th of 2023.
We're shortly expecting the results
They
of the
sold
US 7-year note
their
sale.
report.
I'll be leading
They
with
were
the
already
bid
in a
to cover when it
downtrend,
is
though.
released. However,
They
the
tend
pre-sale
to
when
follow
issued yield
trend.
is what comes out at
Like we
the
talked
top of the
yesterday
hour.
about.
The auction results normally follow 1 to 2 minutes.
We talked yesterday about how stocks tend to stay on trend, or stocks that stay on trend, even in ER reports. We talked about Tesla being in a downtrend, and that they tend to trade with that downtrend into their ER reports. Looking at INTC, they look like that as well. They stay on trend. So whatever weakness there is into their ER today, I personally am expecting INTC to be bullish. So if you wanted to grab some not zero dates, but some calls on them into their close, that might be a nice trade on INTC. You know there are some better trades, though, for INTC, like selling straddles, something above $55, maybe even like selling 60 and selling 40 for some outside the money calls and puts on INTC. So I am expecting a bullish ER for INTC into their close. They also recently had a cross of their daily trigger over their weekly trigger, and that is bullish at this moment. Now, if they do have a bad report, INTC, the options market has it priced to about $46, but I do want you to note that right here, right now, if you will take a peek down here, if they blast down, maybe I'll turn that red right here. If they do blast down below this daily trigger and begin to reject the downside target after today, so Friday and into next week possibly, the downside target would be $40. So $40.83, $39, somewhere down in here where these targets are down here. And I'd be looking for a rejection on 47.04. But I am bullish based upon the triggers and CTAs likely being long this stock into their ER. They'd have to come out and say something really horrible for them not to get a print today. Next one I'll be looking at here in just a moment is Visa for their ER today, and my expectations on what happens to them. I'm going to bring this over just like this so you can see it, and we will cycle through this as the day moves forward. If you're looking for a dip to buy for an ER play or to own INTC Intel, I'd be looking for a buy below $49. Somebody just sent what are you guys asking here? Blissowitz, brother, I love you. Good morning, my man. Good to see you, brother. Blissowitz supporting the show right now with a $10 donation. I want you to know that it does take money to support what we do here. This is a free service still. So if you are ever feeling like you want to donate to the show, there is a donate button on YouTube in the description of these videos. Let me see if I can find it here. We do appreciate you donating to the show. It does cost a lot of money to put this show on, so there's a donate button right there. And here's another donate button for you on Twitch. There's no requirement that you donate, though, so don't feel bad if you don't have any money to donate if you're a poor trader or something like that. We are bouncing right now on the half-hour and hourly trigger. Note also on SPY that there is a pin at 4,900. So if you are looking for that upside trade, this is the place to buy the dip for reversal to the upside. And I'm going to get back to charting. What next? Visa. And I'll be right back with you guys as it happens.
So many had predicted. And all of that while inflation declined from nearly 8% in 2022 to under 2% now on a quarterly basis. Despite declining inflation, the market has digested recent strong economic growth as a sign the Fed won't be as quick, perhaps, as previously thought, to cut rates. The March probability is trading below 50% now. There is more confidence, however, around the May meeting for a cut and for up to 140 basis points of cuts this year in total. The difficulty is that the Fed could look at the economy's performance on both growth and inflation and decide, hey, policy's maybe not that far from where it needs to be, meaning it would be in no particular hurry to cut rates and do so only marginally. Tyler, tomorrow's PCE inflation report for December expected to show more declines as the year ended, and that's going to be another key data point in this debate.
You know, Steve, what stands out to me is what you just said, and that is the idea that where the data are right now would suggest that the Fed may have gotten it sort of well fine-tuned and doesn't need to go 1.5 or 1.25 over the course of the year in terms of rate cuts.
I think that's the way it might be looking at it. Now, I do think the Fed believes it is too restrictive on policy right now. The question is how much too restrictive, I guess is the best way to put it. And so what may happen here is that the Fed, I think they could go at half the pace the market expects this year, but only real economic weakness would cause it to match where the market is priced.
All right, Steve Leisman, thanks very much. So there are stats supporting a strong economy, but is it a winning strategy for the White House to get the president reelected? You could say they're yelling it from the rooftops. Washington correspondent Megan Casella has more. Megan, Secretary Yellen chiming in here.
They're certainly trying to yell it from the rooftops. Tyler, Yellen's hitting the road today as part of a renewed effort to sell the administration's economic message. In a speech before the Economic Club in Chicago this afternoon, she'll make the case that the Biden team's investments in infrastructure and energy, manufacturing, and elsewhere are the reason why we're seeing that surprisingly strong economic growth. Now, Treasury officials really felt vindicated this morning by these growth numbers. An official told me earlier today they feel the data supports the approach they've taken on the economy and that it suggests they were right to be optimistic at a time when most forecasters saw a recession coming. The speech today marks the start of a revamped economic pitch for Yellen, and she'll embark on what her team says will be a stepped-up travel schedule for 2024 to really drive that message home. It's really a concerted effort to change the narrative here, and it's a nod to the fact that there's still a lot of economic pessimism around the country. Part of her focus, too, will be on trying to draw a sharper contrast with the Trump administration's record than we've seen them make in the past. And she'll say, for example, that while fixing the country's infrastructure, quote, was a punchline in the Trump era, Biden officials have actually delivered. Tyler?
Yeah, so I really agree with what you just said there. There still seems to be an overhang of pessimism on the president's stewardship of the economy and on the state of the economy. Why do you think that is?
You're absolutely right, and it's a really big challenge for this administration going into November. We don't know exactly why. Economists have a number of explanations here. One is just that the nature of inflation is that while prices might be growing at a slower rate, they're still much higher than they were before. So it doesn't feel like progress to a lot of people. A lot of the biggest categories on most people's budgets haven't slowed as much as inflation overall, housing being the main one here. And it just takes time, too. You know, the Biden officials are really optimistic that the wind is finally at their backs on this, that the trends are moving in the right direction. But there's a long time between now and November. A lot could change, and they've got to make that case.
I agree with you. Perception just seems not to have caught up with what we see as the economic reality right now. And the fact of the matter is prices are a lot higher than they were a couple of years ago, even though the rate of price gains has abated quite a bit. Megan, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let's go check in with Rick Santelli. 7-year notes up for auction. He's tracking the action at CME.
Yes, Tyler. As you look at an intraday of sevens and watch yields drop, you can pretty much piece together that investors actually aren't too disappointed by the 7-year. 41 billion, completing 162 billion in 3 stages of Treasury coupon supply. What's noteworthy here is 41 billion sevens that we did today. Well, their high watermark throughout 2021 was 62 billion. This is the only maturity that we've auctioned where the Treasury has issued significantly more than we're issuing this go around. And that might be one of the reasons why the market likes it. The yield, 4.109. Where was the when issued market? 4.106, which means it tailed, not a good thing, by a half a basis point. Not big, but still, higher yield at the auction means a lower price that the government sold the securities for. If we go through all the metrics, they're all pretty close to 10 auction average, some a little bit better. One that was a little bit worse was direct bidders. Dealers taking almost spot on, 13.9, 14% 10 auction average. So as yields move down a bit and we complete supply, it's now in the rearview mirror. But it certainly isn't going to leave investors' minds that we had a couple of shaky auctions, especially yesterday's 5-year. Tyler, back to you.
Rick Santelli, thank you very much. Our next guest says the Fed won't cut rates until June because of the strong economy. But once rates start coming down, REITs are among the places to be. Joining us now, Mark Avallone, president of Potomac Wealth Advisors. Mark, good to have you with us. You see the Fed not moving until the middle of the year. I think that sort of expresses perhaps this fluid consensus about when the rate cuts might begin.
Well, sure. And when you have unemployment sub 4%, you still have wage growth around 4%. And you have just a strong economy. This GDP number is unless it's a mistake that's going to be reevaluated and adjusted, this is not an economy that lends itself to a more accommodative Fed. Sure, the current rate at 5 3/8 is well above inflation and will come down. But I don't see how the Fed rushes to that, risks reigniting inflation when wage growth is well above, 2 times above their target rate of inflation. So that's why we think investors should delay their optimism for rate cuts till the summer.
All right. And when those rates happen, or in anticipation of them, you think REITs would be a target of opportunity. REITs in warehouse infrastructure, cell towers, apartments, really the whole panoply of REITs.
The whole panoply, that's a great word. Other than office. And that's what we think the stigma, the stain has been for a lot of investors. They think that REITs de facto have to have office, and that is not true. Host hotels in the luxury resort areas, it has no office exposure. Apartment REITs like Avalon, no relation, have no office exposure. The healthcare REITs have no exposure, and cell towers, as you mentioned. So investors, look, our favorite sector is technology, but you can't we're asset allocators, so we can't have everything in tech. So when we look on the value side, this is where we see strong cash flows, diversification, an opportunity for investors to receive current cash while interest rates come down, and those dividend yields will hopefully look very attractive.
Let's talk about technology, because you have an interesting take on it that is intuitively very appealing to me. I like I like funds. I think you get instant diversification. I like the transaction costs with most funds, or the expense rates on most funds. You have two that you're suggesting that are so-called equal weight technology funds, JP Morgan Technology Leaders Strategy and First Trust NASDAQ 100 Tech Sector. Explain to me why the equal weight approach makes sense to you right now.
Well, exactly. And when we look at if we look at a traditional tech ETF like the XLK, I don't think many investors would realize that 42% of their exposure is Apple and Microsoft. It's the same for the Fidelity and Vanguard information technology ETFs. And since those two names are such a big part of the triple Qs, such a big part of the SPY, Apple's in Berkshire Hathaway, you can't not own Apple, it seems. So then to own what you think is a diversified tech ETF and just layer more on, we feel adds risk to the typical investor. The two ETFs that you mentioned, they have about 42 names. They're roughly equal weight. They're structured a little differently. And we get to leverage the research departments of a great entity like JPM, get technology-enabled companies as well as technology companies, and really benefit from a broad base of companies that are either in the tech space or benefiting from it. And the multiples in those funds are even less than what you pay for the Magnificent Seven, which after Tesla's demise is really the Magnificent Six. So we're getting less expensive tech, broadly diversified. And we think that's a better way to play the tech game than the Magnificent Six.
So very quickly, do either of these funds have any of those Magnificent Seven holdings in them, albeit at a smaller
They do,
percentage?
but it's an equal weight approach. And it's really hard to escape it unless I'm going to find one that says without the Mag 7. But the beautiful thing is there's 42 names. They're all about 2 to 3%. So you're not adding to what could be an overweight position already.
JP Morgan Technology Leaders and First Trust NASDAQ 100 Tech Sector. Mark Avallone, Potomac Wealth Advisors, we thank you.
Good to be here.
You got it. We've got a news alert on Apple, and Steve Kovac has the details. Steve.
Hey there, Tyler. Yeah, this is a big one. The EU is forcing Apple to open up that famous walled garden. Today, Apple announcing how it will comply with the EU's strict tech regulations under the Digital Markets Act, commonly known as the DMA. It means big changes are coming for iPhone users in Europe, and it could have a negative effect on Apple's growth through its lucrative services business. Some big changes coming here. Third-party app stores. Other companies can now put their own app stores on the iPhone, and they won't be subject to many restrictions already existing in Apple Store. That means things like pornography, for example, will finally be allowed on the iPhone as a separate app. Changes to fees Apple charges are also coming. Commissions are actually going down. Apple's cut in its own app store will shrink to 17% from that standard 30% cut. Smaller developers, though, will only have to pay a 10% cut, down from 15%. Apps can also use their own payment systems for digital purchases, and Apple won't take a cut out of that either. That means, for example, you can buy an audiobook directly from the Spotify app just by plugging your credit card in, something you haven't been able to do before in these apps. Now, these changes are only for EU users, but other markets, including regulators and lawmakers in the U.S., are considering similar restrictions on Apple services. And look, Apple's not happy about this, not just because it's going to eat into their services margins, but they also say these changes can make iOS less secure and can even impact things like battery life on your device as you're installing these services from alternative app stores, Tyler.
Do they have a route of appeal, or is this just sort of
this is
take it?
This is it.
This is it, man.
This is it's happening.
This is the new world. So get used to it, Apple.
And the real question here, Tyler, is as we've seen, you and I were talking about this earlier this week. The real question is, how is Apple's compliance with these laws? So right now, we're going to have to see in March, when it goes into full effect, whether EU regulators agree that Apple is complying with the law in the way that the EU side thinks they should. Apple, of course, thinks this is in compliance with the law, but it's not going to be until this actually launches in early March that we get to see it in action, and also how many people take advantage of these new features. If everyone just starts using their iPhones like they were using before, really no change for Apple, but if people start taking advantage of these alternative app stores and so forth, it could really put a dent in their services business, at least in Europe, potentially elsewhere, if these similar regulations go into effect around the world.
A brave new world. world for Apple. Thank you, Steve.
Sure
Steve
thing,
Kovac.
Tyler.
Coming up, Alaska Air moving higher after an earnings beat, but everyone from Wall Street to Washington focused on two things. That's the fallout from the Boeing MAX 9 grounding and whether the DOJ will stand in the way of its deal with Hawaiian Airlines. We'll ask about both when CEO Ben Minakuchi joins us for an earnings exclusive next. Plus, Papa John's unveiling its plan to boost the company's bottom line. Shares are down 45% from their record high just over 2 years ago. The CEO will join us on the progress Papa J is making and what's next for the pizza maker. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen.
Humanly possible.
All right, welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. Alaska Airlines moving higher after the company posted a fourth quarter earnings beat, but the results aren't really the headline here. Less than 2 hours ago, CEO Ben Minakuchi kicked off that earnings call by apologizing to the passengers on a flight where an emergency door panel or a door plug blew off at 737 MAX 9, reiterating that safety is the company's top priority and the reason they grounded their 65 MAX 9 aircraft proactively, affecting a third of their January capacity. So what's next for Alaska? Its CEO, Ben Minakuchi, joins us now along with Phil LeBeau. Phil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tyler. Ben, thanks for joining us today. Let's start off with the MAX 9. We'll talk about the business in terms of what you want to get back to, but we'll talk about that in a bit. I want to talk first about the MAX 9. You have the first ones potentially going back into service tomorrow. How long will it take you to get all of those 65 back in service?
Oh, hi, Phil. Good to see you again, and good morning, Tyler. So, Phil, we're starting the inspections today. Like you said, the first one Friday. We expect within about a week, our entire 65 airplanes, or close to that, should be up, back in full service, and we should be back to full schedule sometime later next week.
You've said that you're angry, understandably angry, about what happened 3 weeks ago, and the fact that the follow-up inspections, you guys found loose bolts in many aircraft. The question that I think a lot of people have is, have you expressed that anger directly to Dave Calhoun and Stan Deal at Boeing? Have you said to them, look, guys, this is beyond unacceptable, what has happened?
Absolutely, Phil. Within a couple of days of the event, they were in our offices here in Seattle, and I made it perfectly clear Flight 1282 should never, ever have happened. Alaska Airlines received an aircraft off the production line with a faulty door plug, and we're going to hold Boeing accountable for that. We're going to hold them to a higher standard for airplanes coming off the delivery line, and that standard is going to be higher quality. And we've already started with our own folks on the production line, providing a second set of eyes in terms of oversight. You've heard the announcements with the FAA in terms of their additional oversight. Boeing explained to us a lot of the quality improvement plans they're going to put in place. So I'm confident with all these steps that are going to be put in place that we'll get a better quality airplane off the production line. But we're going to put a higher bar for Boeing, and we're going to hold their feet to the fire in terms of aircraft delivery and quality.
Ben, thank you for joining us. Tyler here. How does this affect your desire to do business with Boeing, to buy planes from Boeing, or will you look at other suppliers more closely than maybe you did in the past?
Well, Tyler, we have a long relationship and a deep one with Boeing that goes back a couple of decades, 2-3 decades. And so that partnership is strong. And I think it's virtue of that partnership where I can have tough conversations with the leadership team and say, look, you guys are better than this. And we have 231 Boeing 737s. We are an all Boeing fleet. And we have 185 deliveries coming to us in the next 7 to 8 years. So we made that commitment to Boeing. And I'm asking Boeing now to make a commitment that their quality is going to improve dramatically with their forward deliveries.
So I hear you saying we still trust them. Correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth, number one. Number two, of the 65 planes that you have, the MAX 9s in your fleet, how many of them have that door plug?
All the MAX 9s, the 9 model, all have the door plug. So 65 of them, and they have a door plug on the left and right-hand side. So there's 2 door plugs per airplane. The Dash 8 MAX, which we received our first one that's in service, does not have any door plugs.
Ben, it's Phil again. Look, Boeing's in your backyard. You've got a long, close relationship with them. You yourself have worked in hangars with aircraft, so you understand what's required here. I don't expect you to answer for Boeing, but I think the main question a lot of people have is, how did they drop the ball this badly? What is the reason? Is it because of the pandemic and a lot of institutional knowledge went out the door, retired, is not coming back, and they've got some newer workers there? Is it just sloppiness? What do you think this is the cause for them dropping the ball this way?
At 1:30 p.m.
Well, Phil, I
Eastern time,
think
we expect comments from
there are
US
a lot
Treasury
of reasons that have to
Secretary
come
Yellen.
out for what happened through an investigation. And I think that's what everyone is doing, is investigating what happened, why it happened, and what broke down in terms of production processes, quality control processes, and quality assurance processes. It's one of the reasons we're putting our own oversight people there. We want to watch it with our own eyes, what's going on through every phase of the assembly process, putting a second set of eyes, and if we see something that we don't like, we're going to raise the flag. And again, I think in addition with the FAA oversight, hopefully some of those things that you discussed on why these things happened will bubble to the surface and we can fix them before any aircraft gets delivered in the future. But there's a lot of work to be done here. And just to be clear, Tyler, to your point is, look, my goal is to hold a high bar on Boeing. But I want to see them be successful. We're 2 Seattle-based companies. Again, we're an all-Boeing fleet. I have a huge order book with them. The ultimate goal is to make Boeing better through this process and keep our customers and our employees having a lot of confidence in this airplane going forward.
Ben, let me ask you about with one last question regarding the MAX here. There were about 3,000 flights, this is what you guys just said on your conference call, that you expect to have canceled because of the grounding of these MAX 9 planes. Now, about half of those passengers were rebooked on other Alaska flights. But I've heard from a few people who have said, look, I was on a flight, maybe I had to do a layover, things changed in my schedule. They understand the situation, but their travel plans were slightly altered or altered dramatically. Will they get compensation in some fashion from either you or from Boeing or from somebody for having to change their trips?
Well, look, Phil, always with Alaska, we always want to take care of our guests. And, you know, the disruptions, the cancels have been awful. And yes, we've had to reroute some passengers with a more, you know, with a layover somewhere. And we'll take care of those passengers appropriately within Alaska. You know, the thing that we have to think about is going forward. And our schedule is coming back to full service. And Phil, what I'll tell you is a lot of those customers and the community has reached out to me personally saying that how much they believe in Alaska, how much they trust Alaska going forward. So my goal is to get the airline back to full schedule and give them the Alaska Airlines they know and love so well, which is a safe and reliable airline.
Let me quickly switch gears to the deal with Hawaiian Airlines, your acquisition of Hawaiian. DOJ shut down the JetBlue Spirit, and I heard you on the call saying, look, it's a different deal completely, but do you think the DOJ will bring a suit trying to block your acquisition of Hawaiian?
You know, I'm not sure, Phil. I think we met with them initially last week, presented them the case. I think they're reviewing it. They're going to ask for more information. And look, we'll follow the process. I think our deal, like I said on the call this morning, has very strong merits, very different from the JetBlue deal. We're not eliminating a low-cost competitor. It's very pro-competitive. It's very pro-consumer. You know, I'm excited for our guests both on the West Coast and in Hawaii to have more expanded choice on where to fly. And like I said, it makes us a slightly larger airline to compete more vigorously against the big four who dominate 80% of the skies, the domestic skies, and with Alaska now having an international network and wide-body airplanes. So I'm excited about it. I hope our case, you know, will be evident with the merits that it has. But we'll follow the DOJ process and go through it as required.
Ben, one last question about the business itself. What you'd like to get back to doing. What's your outlook when you look at the first half of 2024?
You know, we're feeling pretty good, Phil. I mean, if you take the 9 MAX impact aside, and we talked about the $150 million impact to the business, which, by the way, our expectations, Boeing will make us whole with that. We're projecting profitability for 2024, strong profitability for 2024. You know, our APS target will be between $3 and $5. So I feel really good. And this really comes on tailwinds of 2023. We finished 2023 with a 7.5% pre-tax margin on the higher end of the industry, competing with United and Delta. And I'll say without the international tailwinds and higher West Coast fuel. So we feel very good about our 2023 performance. It bodes well for us for 2024. And when we put this behind us in Q1, I'm very, very optimistic about our strategic plan, especially with the Hawaiian and our performance in 2024.
Ben, thanks for joining us today. I know it's been a crazy several weeks here, and I know you've still got a lot of work to do with the MAX, but we appreciate you joining us. Ben Minicucci, CEO of Alaska Airlines. Tyler, I will send it back to you.
Phil, thank you very much, and our thanks to Mr. Minicucci. Coming up, a trio of payment stocks on deck with results, and investors will be looking for any clues about the strength of the consumer. Our trader will tell us which numbers he's watching and give us his read on 2 other names out with earnings after the bell. The exchange returns after this.
Trying to pull a rug right now on SPY here. Looks like some money taken, some profit taken going on here as we head into Friday. We'll bring this a little bit closer here and just see. Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. Right there. See if we can see anything here. They're trying to pound down through this right now.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says Biden wants to leave the Trump-era tax cuts in place for those earning less than $400,000 a year, and says the tax fairness with wealthy people and
Might take a
corporations
call
is paying
here. I don't
more
know. I'm
and will
watching
be
this closely.
an important part of President Biden's second-term agenda. Biden does not want to extend the business tax deductions and credits due to expire in 2025, and Biden is likely to revisit unrealized childcare and workforce expansion proposals. Yellen says the Federal Reserve is likely delighted with inflation close to the 2% target and strong labor market, and says she sees no meaningful spillovers to the U.S. economy from the Middle East conflict. Says the Federal Reserve is likely delighted, and says
Go on. All right, I'm going to mute that. All right, so down below, Visa earnings after the bell. They don't have a big expectation here. They've got a 2.4% expected move on Visa, so 2.4%. And that tag is down below here at 266.91. I like the idea of a strangle here. I actually like the idea of like outside calls, outside the money calls, and outside the money puts. I haven't checked the option chain here yet, but there's the idea that you could possibly get an outsized move in either direction, up or down. This is a lotto trade, of course, not something that should have been trading Visa a long time ago in the past, but I do like the idea of an outside-sized move on Visa that's unexpected, and if the options are cheap enough, you would get a print regardless of direction. If it printed all the way mooning, you would monetize that and it would pay for the downside trade and give you a little bit of profit. And then also you take the short side too, the long and the short side, or the long put and call side of this trade. I would not be selling options on this trade because there could be that outsized move up or down here on Visa. So I would not be selling options on this trade at all, or if you do, make it really wide on Visa. I don't like the idea of that. Now, Visa, like INTC and Netflix, has been run up. We also know CTAs are still long the market. They want to get monetized for this ER season on specific tickers. So I'm bullish on both Visa and on INTC for after the bell today. Now you might see a little bit. Let's take a look here. We've got a little bit of selling going on. We've got a cross from the upside here, a bearish cross with a confirmation to the downside. So even though I'm bullish on Visa after the bell, I am still looking for a squeeze higher once they do report. So right up here, possibly down into this S2 level. Although we are coming into this prior support over here on S1, maybe look for some blood down here to like 270. And then I am looking for that upside target up here. Whoop, hold on, get rid of that. Draw this one more time. A little bit of weakness into this bell. And then I am looking for that outsized move to the upside. I really realize that they move kind of slowly, but I am looking for that 277 or 280 possibly on Visa. Now, if Visa does blast through down below on some negative news on 265, the target to the downside is 263.24. 263.24 on Visa. So I'm pretty bullish here on Visa. I would like to see some blood here into the close and possibly do a synthetic trade after the bell. on S&P 500 specifically for both of these companies. So we'll come back to that later on here. Hope we can get some blood. I'd like to see some blood too on SPY. I'm a bull, so for me personally, I like blood so that I can buy some zero dates into the close on both of those reports. So I will be with you here today. It's 1:37 right now. We know that this is where we get the manipulation hour in the daytime where it looks really bearish, but it's going to go up. This is not a bad place to be thinking about a dip buy here because of the time of day. Excuse me. I'm very dehydrated right now. And then let's look at the at SPY rate as a half hour chart right here. You know, you got bears winning, bears winning, bears winning, bears winning, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 half-hour periods of bears winning. Would not shock me to see us go up this next half an hour, a fight to go up. The bears did get a new low down here. That's not good to see. I don't like to see the bears winning this half an hour, which they kind of did here. So we'll pay attention to it. But if you're looking for a first entry into a positive ER, this is likely the first dip buy for that. If you lose that trade and we start to break down to the downside, and I'd be looking for the cross first, of course. I'd be looking for this right here. Whoop. If you were gonna make that entry, that bullish entry, you'd first be looking for this to happen, and you'd be looking for price to first trade up here, right about here, and then some kind of consolidation in here. If I saw that action, I would be looking to take some kind of a trade into the close right over there. So just keep watching it. Right now, it's still bearish. It's trying to grind through. They're trying to break through this support right here. If you start getting aggressive right here, just note that you still have risk to the downside right here. You have a low probability of winning that bullish trade until you get above, and you have that reversal already showing you the way higher. You guys know the rules around here, how it goes. You know that your probabilities are lower until you see the development to the upside. So keep monitoring it, see what's up. If this doesn't happen, if you don't see this action and this upside cross, these will be white and red lines right here. If you don't see that, I'm still gonna be looking for a dip buy into the bell at 4 p.m. I am bullish on. I'm just looking at this stuff. That doesn't look bearish at all to me. Unlike Tesla yesterday, selling down, like Tesla selling down into their ER, you can tell right away that big money was short. Big money was long here on Visa and INTC, Intel. I'm going to turn this back on for you so we can cycle through. You can pay attention to these tickers. That's Visa there. There's INTC. Qs, 1 minute chart. This looks like a rotation out of tech, right? Into DIA possibly for these earnings. This is a Qs 1 minute chart. Then SPX experiencing some of that weakness. The gamma level, the major gamma level for here for SPX is right here. And this is where we have a large block here at 93 million. We have a major support down here at 480.60. We're at 480.60 and truly down here at this 48.50. Just bouncing around so far. Pinning action on 4,900. We have 175 million above, so there's some pinning action going on too. I wouldn't expect too much blood. Turn this back on for you so you can bounce back, cycle through these. I didn't see the PayPal announcement. Do you guys want to give me an update on it, or should I look it up on my own? You guys want to see PayPal really quick? We can look at it if you like. You guys want to see it? Okay, so number one, I haven't seen anything on the PayPal announcement. Number one, they pre-announced big news was coming You saw a ramp on PayPal due to that, right? So PYPL looks like I just read somebody said it wasn't big news. So what is it? Buy the rumor, sell the news normally, right? Okay, so we got to sell. Buy the rumor, sell the news. You got the big ramp back here. Let's go to a full screen chart on. Let's go to a full screen chart on the trigger. Put my camera up. Oh shit! I got it. Whoop. Why is that not showing? Show the webcam frame. Should probably move myself back down here or something. I think I was doing that for a. I was doing that for a what? I was doing that for right here. For ER reports for big tech. Okay, so you got the big nice ramp on PayPal right here. There's a few things I want you to pay attention to, okay? So now forget the news for a minute, okay? Forget the news. Or not forget the news, but you got this nice big ramp down here, right? The news, anticipating the news. Some consolidation here. But we had something else happen here while this news was released. You've got the crossing of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger. And the weekly trigger is emotional. Daily trigger is a trend, overall trend of a stock. Like, is the stock bullish? We above the daily trigger on a higher time frame, like a month to 3 months out. Price was above, but as we have this cross, we're coming back to check this daily and weekly cross. When the daily rides above, the daily trigger rides above the weekly trigger, it's very bullish. I should say price on top, daily, weekly. The stock is bullish. Okay? It's bullish. We're in a bull run, basically, for that stock. When that cross happens, we always test that cross. This looks like a perfect time to test that cross to find out if we are bullish or not. And sellers here, coincidentally, right? Not coincidentally, actually, on that sell the news, they're trying to sell this down and not confirm PayPal as bullish or in a bullish stance. If we continue to reject here, what is the target to the downside? So over here, we have this box right here. Bring that bad boy over there. Whoop, right there. To test this right here, we're going to make that yellow. It's a bigger, higher time frame, right? And what would be the, if we're not bullish, what would be the target down below? Let's take a look at a higher time frame, see if there's anything we can see. Didn't quite get down there, did we? Didn't quite get down there. You see that now on a higher time frame, is it becoming more clear, right? Let's take a peek. We got, hell yeah, let's switch things around. Let's get the daily above the weekly, right? Get price up here and start the reversal for PayPal. Didn't happen, right? Didn't happen right here, right? On a potential cross, right? Do you see the potential crosses here? Right here. There's one. There's two. And now we have a second one or a third one right here, right? Are we actually reversing or not? Right? Yes or no? So tell me in the chat, what the fuck happened? What was the news that was released? So it's what we talked about, right? It's artificial intelligence driven products. We talked about that last week, didn't we? That likely it's going to be AI banking, right? And expansion of products to take on X and their everything app, right? That's a threat to PayPal, right? We know that. So yeah, that's not a shocker, is it? We're gonna say that's not a shocker, or at least I am. I'm gonna tell you that's not a shocker that we already know that they have an existential threat. Not even an existential threat. They have a threat from competitors, specifically Twitter and X. So that's expected news at this point, right? You have a standing buy order down at $43. You see where I have, You see where I have my alerts? You guys see where I want to buy, right? You already see I have an alert there, right? To buy it here. That's been in place for some time, believe it or not. So the idea here is this. We are testing a bull cross for more upside to come, right? We traded all of this gap up here, right? Right up there, we've traded all that gap. There's one right there. It's the first target to the upside. We got this big bad boy right here. Right in there. We got to beat all this right here, too. A lot of work has to happen in here, right? You can see it already. There's a giant gap right here. There's a giant gap or smaller gap above. But you already know there's sellers here. That's the point. There are sellers here. We know there's sellers here. This is not unusual to see right here, this selling action right here. We already have the trend going down, and they sold it near pin strike. What does this mean? If you're a bull, it means that even if we are getting a reversal of the upside, you got a lot of fucking sellers here we got to destroy, right? Before you can even make the next run higher. This is a lot of volatility here to get to the next level anyways. The next one is, there's a little one above. There's another tiny one. Yeah, there's a tiny one right there. I don't even know. It's kind of inconsequential. Another little one right there. And then there's another one up here. This, to me, looks like a consolidative phase, at least. That this is going to take time. Your target is $94. It'll likely be $85 by the time we get there. So your target's actually about $85 if this holds. You already know you got a ton of vol here, no matter what you want to say or talk about. And you got something down here to close too, right? You see this gap down here that needs closed? Right down there is a gap right here that needs closed. Change that one to green. So from what I'm looking at here, I would not expect some more selling down here, and then just this kind of an action down here. Some kind of range-bound action would not surprise me. Okay? If you get a chance and there's one moment where it dips below, maybe the market is down 1 week, seasonal weakness, and you have a chance to buy down there, take it. Okay? They are loading up for this. So we're at the start possibly of a turn. But if you get that chance down here on some market weakness to buy the dip at $40, I would. PayPal's not going anywhere. We know that. I know that. You know that. PayPal's not going anywhere. They ain't. Sorry. PayPal's not going bankrupt. Not today, at least. Yes, I hate PayPal. I'm not a fucking fan of PayPal. I just gave you a link to PayPal to donate. Because there's layers, right? I got YouTube trying to take a cut. I got Twitter trying to take a cut. I got Twitch trying to take a cut. I got Streamlabs trying to take a cut. And then for me to take a cut, I have PayPal underneath all that. And I would like to cut out all of them. After paying all those people, then PayPal, then taxes, I get nothing. You know that $5 you pay me to chat? You can chat for free here through Amazon. I get $1, I think, $1.30 or something. I don't get any of that money. These guys, they're like scabs. Matter of fact, one time PayPal cut me out of making money. I had a bunch of money in PayPal when we first started this from you guys donating. They seized it. You guys remember I actually got on the phone to speak with a PayPal representative. Very rare. to find out how to get that money and continue to accept donations through PayPal. PayPal sucks. Necessary evil. So are they going anywhere? No. They have their fat fucking fingers in everything. We talked earlier today about what Elon wants to do, what Google wants to do, what YouTube wants to do. TikTok, right? TikTok wants the kids. Instagram wants a 20-year-old to a 30-year-old. Facebook wants a 50-year-old. X wants a certain kind of people, right? Well, Reddit's monetizing right now. Can't do platinum and gold anymore. They're building Reddit right now for people to come in and make posts that'll make you angry and happy so that you comment and upvote so they can get paid. That's Reddit right now doing it. And companies like PayPal are part of this fucking greed. And so they're fighting for it. That's why they're announcing this AI bullshit. They're one of the players in this. Yeah, I should start accepting Bitcoin or crypto. I should. Because it's disgusting. But are they going to go bankrupt? No. Are they going to go bankrupt in 5 or 10 years in this war? There's a civil war going on amongst rich tech companies for your votes, your money, and your time. And they're one of them. And the content is free. Comes from guys like me. You see it in movies. Movies are waning. TV is waning. Kids have no longer have an attention span. All these kids have their own channels. All these kids have their own TikTok that they live stream on. Free content. You see, movies right now are becoming tent poles. They're also expanding around the world. Because for movies to survive, they got to be tent poles. They have to be fucking like oatmeal. You don't want to piss off Chinese people. You don't want to piss off Americans. You don't want to piss off Europe. You don't want to piss off the Middle East. So what do you get? Baby food. And you get IPs that everybody enjoys. And eventually, when these kids grow up, they don't even want to go to the movie theater. So you'll see the death of traditional media dying, and you see tech companies knowing that, and there's a fight for that dollar. And PayPal is like the movie theater. I want the fucking cut. Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snap, and right down to Periscope. Well, I don't know if Periscope's still there. Telegram, doesn't matter. So they're not going anywhere right now. So what is a market maker? What is a dealer? What does a hedge fund want? They want PayPal cheap to buy for that civil war that's taking place. They want to buy it low, and they want to run a campaign publicly at some point to you, and you will see at some point them talking to you saying, you got to buy this company because they're fucking going to be a part of that big money grab. X will be that. YouTube, whatever it is, TikTok, doesn't matter. So you're looking for that to happen here. You're looking to find out, are hedge funds getting the best price? And is it going to move up? Does it make it so that PayPal wins? No, nobody gives a fuck if they win or not. Neither do market makers. They'll just sell you the run. So how bearish is this? Not bearish. And this is looking like it wants to begin to turn. Now, on a, hey, Cap, how do I trade this kind of a thing, is a 1-minute chart. You got your first rejection here. Could possibly squeeze back up here. But I am looking for a target to the downside of $57 and likely 52. I don't know if that comes with just market weakness. And you know where I'm buying down here. This is a buy and hold for many years. But yes, if you think PayPal is going to just, you think PayPal is not going to attempt to grab a portion of the market, they are. They're gonna make that attempt of that market. So if you can get in on that trade, you have your chances down below here. If you guys want to see this chart or snippet for yourself, and you see this down here, right? Consolidation alley, right? Grind, get all these sellers out of here, and then make a move higher. I don't know how long that takes, probably years. Not this part, but might take a year, something like that. To grind these people out, maybe months. It's possible. And you have a big fight above, too. If you want to snip this here for yourself, see the target above. Watch that monthly coming below its quarterly. Just a magnet up here. You see the cross above? That's the monthly and quarterly. Looking for a turn here. Also, on the daily basis, see that big, beautiful turn on the monthly? See the series of higher lows on the monthly? 1, 2, and 3. This is accumulation right here. So even though price isn't immediately going up, it's showing you that they're buying the dip for a roll higher. Okay? You can see it right on the quarterly right here. Quarterly velocity is slowing right now. So that's slowing, bottoming on the quarterly. A little bit stronger on the weekly. This is all saying look for a bottom and a reversal here on PayPal. Okay, so that's my PayPal take. But I agree. Sell the fucking news on that shit. We already knew that news, right? We already knew that news on PayPal, so nothing unexpected in that news. Hopefully you didn't take a trade on SPY. You didn't see. This is SPY right now. You didn't see the reversal on the 1 and 5 minute, right? You didn't see price go up here first, right? So you should not be caught in a trade. Told you that earlier. Unless you saw that, don't buy it. So hopefully you're not losing your ass right now. And I'll be looking to take a trade into the bell with you today. PT1 target hit, basically, right? Basically, it's hit right there. A little bit more. Maybe got a little bit more to go. Nice little tag there of the yellow box. That's the initial squeeze off of SPY that took place at 8:30 this morning. Rotating right now out of tech. SPX, look for that gamma down below. This is your support. That's your gamma support right there. And you're pinned to 4,900. And watch this bad boy right down here. This is PT2, I believe, on SPY. Right here. That's your target there for SPY. That's your PT2, I believe. All right, I'll be back with you guys here shortly. Tesla's dying, baby. Tesla's in a world of hurt right now.
Growth rate, not wonderful, but probably still tracking for low single digits year over year. Sales growth has been harder to come by. So I think that explains part of the hesitation among companies to really extrapolate better numbers for the next few quarters.
So, Jeremy,
what up,
we
Kamel?
have the economy we have is the economy we've got. But do we have the economy that the market wants, and particularly in light of the fact that quite a few companies have either dialed back their forecasts or warned?
Yeah, I still think we do. I think this is not abnormal, right? Is that you come into earnings season in January, you have lofty expectations of earnings. It was over 11% was the consensus for 2024, and companies come out and say, well, we're gonna lower that bar a little bit for the hopes that we exceed it in future quarters. It happens every year. It's something that we actually become relatively accustomed to. It's a silly game sometimes that we play. But at the end of the day, we still believe that GDP numbers are there, jobs are still there.
I'm going to make a comment here. Do not listen to Tesla Gang on Twitter.
Starting to normalize that now. A mid to high single digit earnings is probably more accurate than double digit earnings anyway. And in that case, if we still get there, we still have a good backdrop for the stocks to work in 2024.
Mike, do you think that that the analysts had maybe shrugged off the labor costs that we've seen, and we've seen some big union contracts coming in at historic rates, and also things like, you know, we heard J.B. Hunt, I mentioned it yesterday, talking about how much of a hit they're taking because of insurance costs. I know companies are going to be seeing those costs increase in their directors and officers insurance and their property and casualty lines. I mean, is it that the
Remember, your half hour is coming up in just a few moments. Or sorry, we started a new half an hour. We have until 2:30.
A spokeswoman for Canadian Trade Minister says Canada and Britain are pausing talks on a free trade agreement at Britain's initiative.
These fucking Bears haven't gotten it done in so many weeks. Can you do it? Last one is Dan Hennig, Danger Snow. I used to have more. I have to get more music. It's been difficult to find music that's permanently royalty free, like truly permanently royalty free on YouTube. It's not easy. Now, when we get down here, where we are right now, there should be a squeeze up. That's why I put the blood up here. Should still be a squeeze up here and then a blast down. The one problem here is, dude, these fucking Bears, no offense to Bears or anything, but you guys understand, right? Number one, I've still got puts on. Joe and I both have still puts on spoos for the end of the month. We're getting destroyed right now. And I haven't been day trading, so I've been losing some fucking cash. I haven't been able to counter trade the trades that I took last Friday. I made some money on Meta, but it was a really small position, so it didn't pay that well. Tesla got torched. This morning I was on the phone with Joe. He got torched. I think he lost $8 grand. Shouldn't say that, but publicly. But I think he got torched too. He's probably got. Hopefully he doesn't have the stream on in front of a bunch of people. But I got torched. I'm done for like 10K or something like that. And I haven't been counter trading the trade either, which is kind of horrible. And but I've still got a trade on right now for. I still have a trade on right now for SPY. Hoping to get paid there to at least be even. Now, saying that because whenever we have these pullbacks like this, there's been no follow through to the downside, like this part of the trade. So we'll pay attention here and just see if they can follow through, if sellers can follow through, because we still have this fucking pin at 4,900. That's 4,900 in SPX. So I'd like to see some blood here if possible. Down to at least close to S1 down here. I'd like to see the SPX gamma get down to the gamma support level. We'll see if we can get it. And I'd like to buy a dip buy down there too. So we'll watch this closely here. I'm not necessarily bearish here, but I am looking for a pullback to buy a dip into the close for Visa and INTC. We'll keep paying attention. going to read a few things to you here right now. This is coming from Secretary Yellen, old Yellen here. Biden wants to leave Trump-era tax cuts in place for those earning less than $400,000 a year. Tax fairness with wealthy people and corporations paying more will be an important part of President Biden's second-term agenda. If any of you have watched the videos that I've posted to you nonstop for 2 years about short and long-term debt cycles, you will note that at the end of these cycles, we traditionally tax corporations. It's one of the hallmarks of these cycles. Civil unrest, sometimes civil war, taxation of corporate entities and very wealthy individuals. Sometimes wars break out. Right now you see, this is around the world, of course, not the Civil War or civil unrest or protesting. And they can be proxy wars too, where we don't actually have a World War III, but you have a version of World War III through proxies. You see that going on right now with Taiwan and China relations. You see it going on with Russia and Ukraine. And, of course, Sweden and Norway are paranoid as fuck right now. You see what's going on with the enticement of the U.S. in expansion of war between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. So Yellen here saying that Biden wants to tax wealthy individuals and corporations, not unexpected. Biden does not want to extend business tax deductions and credits due to expire in 2025. Biden is likely to revisit unrealized child care workforce expansion proposals, which fit into modern supply-side agenda. The Federal Reserve is likely delighted with inflation close to 2% target and strong labor market. This is all
The Federal
Yellen.
Trade Commission is launching an inquiry into AI deals made by tech giants, calling out specifically Microsoft, Amazon, and Google for their billion-dollar investments into the startups OpenAI and Anthropic. It's the focus of today's Tech Check with Deirdre Bosa. Hi, Deirdre.
Hey, Contessa. So I had a conversation about those deals just this morning with VC and founder Jack Abraham of Atomic, and I'm just going to play it for you. Have a listen.
I saw a stat, I think it was about $19 billion of that venture capital that went into the AI sector came from the big companies. And the amazing thing that you're seeing, and these companies have figured this out, and they're very, very smart. They have all this cash on their balance sheet. It's not accreting to their market cap. What do they do with it? If they can give it out to a company and it bounces back to them in revenue and profit in their most important segments, which are the cloud, and make those grow faster, that is the way to get your market cap up. And now Microsoft was the first to discover that, and all the other companies are copying it, and it's very, very smart.
They're basically bankrolling their cloud businesses. Is there something wrong with that, though? Should regulators be concerned about that?
I don't know that they should. I mean, clearly it's powering a lot of innovation in the economy. We're partially getting this. AI is very expensive to train. I mean, some of these new models are going to take $1 billion or more to be able to train. That's not capital that venture capitalists can fork over. So to get into this AI age, you actually might need some of these bigger companies pushing this along.
Contessa and Tyler, that is a very key point. To develop these large language models like OpenAI and Anthropic are doing, it requires so much capital and so much compute power, which the mega caps have. They're using it to their advantage, but it's also something I hear from a lot of startup founders here is that they just want to be able to use these models. They don't care how they're developed, and they certainly don't have the money to do it. So they're happy if the mega caps can. And guys, we did a whole deep dive on this during our Tech Check Weekly. You can find that at cnbc.com/TC Weekly. Mega caps, mega deals, how they're essentially bankrolling their own businesses. That can either raise eyebrows at the regulators, but it can also benefit startups.
Are you getting a sense of why it's a concern for the FTC that there were these investments made?
Because they basically go out the door from the mega caps. They go to an Anthropic or an OpenAI, and at the same time, these big deals, multi-billion-dollar deals, are signed that money will come back in. So an OpenAI needs compute power to then go away and build these large language models. That goes back to Microsoft. Microsoft gets billions of dollars back in the door.
So they're saying there really could be antitrust issues here if you are creating a system that there is no competition for that cloud business.
Exactly. And you're creating the winners and losers here, right? A $13 billion investment from Microsoft gives OpenAI a very good chance to compete in addition to, Microsoft's enterprise customers. So what the FTC may be concerned about, and by the way, European regulators are looking into this as well. Are they sort of changing the competitive landscape by picking and choosing the winners themselves?
Let me make sure I'm understanding this. The, quote, investment that Microsoft is making in company X comes back.
I just saw a question here in the chat. I don't know who it's from. Surf Zug is asking a question here. What creates a pin? Call or put gamma in the market. So you have like a grouping of puts and grouping of calls in the market. Sometimes there's gamma associated with those calls and puts if they have not printed yet, where price is drawn and pinned to that strike. Okay, we have a pin right now in 4,900. And as we draw, like we're coming into a weekly close here, right? So you were coming into the weekly close on Friday. That option strike, like 4,900 or whatever, is like we're drawn to it. Now there's also dealer hedging involved, right? And involved in that pin, and there's a rebalancing of market maker books and that kind of stuff to neutralize their risk. So we end up gravitating towards that 4,900, or as of right now, 4,900 until that gamma rolls off the books. In this case, would be Friday. And every time we go above that level, another point too is every time we hit that 4,900, dealers will sell it. So we'll slam into 4,900, sell it down, slam into it, sell it down. Or maybe I can explain it better. Or I don't know if it's a simpler way to sell it. So price is attracted due to that gamma pin. It's roughly right here. It's right here. Hold on a second. Let me see. This is call gamma. Right here. Okay? So the stock market is attracted to that number right there. Every time we hit it, a market maker rebalances. Can I write magnet on this? I don't know if I can. Magnet. Call gamma 4,900 magnet. Price is attracted here. So price untethered should run up into that number. At the same time, market makers step in into Friday and sell into that. That's why you see these drops down, and then it goes back up, drops down, back up. As that call gamma wanes into Friday, we should see a roll into Friday and Monday. Unless we have more call buying. Now I get back to what I was doing. Now, if you want to see this break, as we get closer to Friday, if you want to see that next leg down, it'll become stronger where we can go down even deeper into Friday. Yeah, I think I talked to Jimmy to Jimmy fucking just a few days ago. He said he was gonna come on the show. We're gonna do we have one coming up here soon. Jimmy, I mean James Rowland.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.79 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.26 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $77.36 a barrel. That's up $2.27 or 3.02%.
Time for today's three stock lunch. We're looking at three companies
And
whose
NYMEX
CEOs
natural
all
gas
joined
February
CNBC
futures
today.
settle at
Here with our trades is Ava
$2.57.
Atos, the COO and Chief Investment Strategist at ER Shares. Great to see you today, Ava. Up first, we have American Airlines. Shares soaring after the company reported fourth quarter results that topped estimates. Here's CEO Robert Isom discussing the state of travel right now.
As we go into the first quarter, we see demand strong. I think that we're going to have a really busy first and second quarter. And look, I think the time to buy is right now for travel. It's going to be a busy year.
Ava, what's your trade on American Airlines?
I have it as a hold. They're having a great day today, up about 10%. I wouldn't buy on this news. I would hold. Many consumers don't realize this is no longer the biggest domestic airline company. They used to be back in 2015 with $40 billion in market cap. Now they're down to $9 billion. That makes them the fifth largest domestic airline company. And back then they had they have profits that were 3 times higher, and that came with revenues that were 1/3 below current levels. However, they're making a progress with their debt. It has come down by $11 billion in recent years. They've also improving their profits and their revenues. And last year, they also decreased their energy cost, but I'm not sure if this is going to be the case this year as we have the Red Sea tensions. We don't know if this is going to affect their operation costs going
According
forward.
to Lipper,
So a little
US
tentative on American Airlines. Let's go to CSX now. Fourth quarter profits slipping there, but the company CEO still expects a profitable year for the railroad. Here's Joe Hinrich talking about why he sees strong demand on Squawk on the Street earlier.
Feeling optimistic, actually. What we saw in December was interesting. Chemicals, forest products, intermodal all year long were down until December. We started to see an inflection positive. Autos, coal, metals, and minerals have been positive all year, and we see that continuing. So we're actually feeling pretty good about what we're seeing on the demand side right now.
Feeling good on demand. How are you feeling about CSX, Ava?
It's a hold. Again, this is a slow growth area, but they're doing a great job generating profits, which is important. And their margins are 1.5 times their peers, so that's really good. But they have, which is actually it's 38% compared to 23% for their peers. But they have a debt to capital ratio which is double their peers, which is not good there. So they're highly leveraged. I need to mention that in the last 20 years, they have doubled their margins, which is also good because in this area, in this slow growth area, it's not very common, but their margins have been coming down in recent years. So I'm not sure how this is going to continue. If investors want to have exposure in this space, then this
And
is a
US
fairly
high yield
priced,
funds see
solid company. I wouldn't invest in
$72.2
this
million
space.
in inflow in the
All
week.
right, lastly, we have Papa John's unveiling a new marketing strategy for the year. Here's CEO Robert Lynch talking about the strength the company's seeing. He was on the exchange last hour.
We feel great as we look towards 2024. We've seen a stabilization of our business relative to the last 3.5 years where we've gone through, obviously, a global pandemic, some conflict across the world, and then hyperinflation. So we feel like we are in a great position right now to take advantage of a stabilized environment.
Ava, everybody was talking about whether they eat Papa John's, but should they trade Papa John's?
I have it as a sell. We used to own the company years ago, but then we eliminated our position when the founder was removed over some controversy. Their margins are half their peers, and their revenue growth is actually negative. But most important, their international sales came down in the last year reported. The reason why we want to mention this is that international used to account for 10% of their total sales, but that contributed 20% of their profits. So it had doubled the contribution. And with the international tensions that we see in Europe and Asia, that can significantly affect their profits going forward.
All right, Ava, thank you very much. Ava Ottos, a sell on Papa John's.
Coming up, a beachfront bargain. That exclusive Hamptons estate we told you about yesterday, selling at auction for $60 million less than the original asking price. Robert Frank joins us for an update. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, and welcome back, Robert Frank. When last we spoke, we were waiting for the results of an auction on the priciest property in the Hamptons, And now, Robert, we have the result. Tell us about it.
Tyler, only in my world is $80 million a bargain, but that's what it
Or
was.
disappointing.
Or disappointing. So this is a property called Ladoon out in the Hamptons, 4 acres, 23 bedrooms. Not quite not enough for Tyler, but still a pretty good size house. It's got 2 pools. This had been offered as the most expensive home in the Hamptons, listed at $150 million. So it hammered at $79 million. You add the buyer's premium, which is about another $10 million, and you get to $88.5 million. That's the final sale price. Question is, did the owner, Louise Bluin, get enough from this sale to pay her debts? This has to be approved by a bankruptcy court because it was foreclosed and it went into bankruptcy. But look, $88 million is still a very expensive sale. It's a marquee property. There were 7 bidders, including one of the founders of Rent the Runway. So, there were 7 wealthy people in New York and beyond who wanted this property. It's pretty decent, and that's probably what it's worth.
Well,
do we know who the winner was? We don't know.
Anonymous.
We don't know. Anonymous.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon enough.
I will do my best.
You will do the due diligence to figure it out.
We want to ask you about LVMH earnings because you're looking here at the luxury sector, and I was surprised at some of the results that came out here.
Yeah, so when we look at the high-end consumer around the world, lots of eyes on that. LVMH is the bellwether. They're 4 times larger than any other competitor. And so the 2 numbers that really struck me from this that were actually very positive signs for the global economy, one was China. Sales in China were up 21% in their 4th quarter. And we look at the economic news from China, and I've just been expecting the Chinese high-end consumer to just crater, and they haven't. In fact, they've been growing strong. So that was one positive surprise. The other positive surprise was, and that was in their core leather goods. The other positive surprise was just the specialty retailing, which is Sephora. Many people don't realize LVMH owns Sephora. It's not really a true luxury brand by some people, but the wellness and beauty category has held up really well. Those sales were up 30%. Sorry, it was China up 30%. These sales were up 21% for the specialty beauty. So Sephora really driving growth at LVMH.
It's interesting, though, because we saw Estee Lauder's performance significantly impacted by tepid China sales. You look at Canada Goose. High exposure to the China market, it is hurting the retailer, and yet, and we have the CEO of Las Vegas Sands coming on. They're reporting in Macau, their retail segment is outperforming pre-pandemic levels. So is there something about certain brands or certain areas in China where LVMH is doing better?
Well, Richemont had a great quarter in China as well. They were up something like over 20%, LVMH up 30% in China. So I think what I'm being told is it's the must-have brands in China, Cartier for Richemont, Vuitton and Dior in China. And I think anything below that is really struggling.
Interesting.
All right, Robert, we'll find out who bought that house, too.
Yes, we will.
Good stuff.
Well, as I mentioned, cards on the table. Shares of Las Vegas Sands going slightly higher today after posting a revenue beat for the 4th quarter. We'll hear from the CEO about how the recovery is going in Asia when Power Lunch returns. Welcome back to Power Lunch. Shares of Las Vegas Sands up about 1% following an earnings report that demonstrates how much luck plays a central narrative in the tale of two cities. Las Vegas Sands CEO Rob Goldstein joins us now for an exclusive interview here on CNBC. Rob, it's great to see you.
Hi, Contessa.
There was bad luck in Macau. You missed earnings expectations there. Good luck in Singapore, and you beat expectations. I'm more interested in the recovery from the pandemic because, look, it's been barely more than a year since Macau reopened. Certainly has been a more modest rebound than what we saw in Las Vegas. But are you happy with the trajectory?
Very much so. I mean, Macau is a scale market. We are the largest player in Macau by in every category, be it lodging, gaming, retail. So the market in the fourth quarter showed great strength. We reported about $654 million of EBITDA. We left about $70 million behind due to poor luck in the baccarat tables. But it's a recovery that's underway. It's strong. It is the most important market for land-based gaming in the world, and we're thrilled to be there. Yes. Are we happy? We're very happy. There's just great days ahead. We're past the pandemic. We're past licensing issues. So the future looks very good for us for years to come.
And then I was just asking our colleague about LVMH. When you reported retail numbers, it was clear you have surpassed the levels at 2019 before the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
Are you immune from the kind of macro pressures in China that other companies are reporting?
I wouldn't say we're immune to anything. We're always part of the economy we live in. However, we have about 2.5 million square feet of retail in Asia, both in Singapore and Macau. We did about $700 million of contribution from those stores. So our pre-pandemic, we're far beyond pre-pandemic numbers. I think we have a few advantages most people don't have. We have places that are expensive. Our hotels are expensive, and privileged people, commonly very affluent people, which means we pre-select our customer base. Two is we get the best stores and the best type of that store. So the environment we sell these luxury products in is a very, very nice environment, different when what they get at home. And thirdly, in a resort environment, you tend to spend more money. You're more carefree. You're more inclined to spend money. So I think we're the lucky recipients of those three things. Our retail sales are far beyond 2019, and the quarter was astounding. Yeah, we're doing $9,000 a foot in our Four Seasons luxury department. We did $3,000 at MBS of 600,000.
Okay, well, so can we talk about Singapore? Because your commentary yesterday on the conference call was so bullish. Here you have construction taking out a couple thousand rooms last quarter. China visitation isn't fully back. And yet the casino is just raking it in, making $339 million more than the previous year. That's 84% more, 84% than the same quarter in 2022, when your occupancy was higher. Why? And is that sustainable?
First of all, it's a record quarter. It's in the history of our Singapore operation. It is the #1 quarter at $544 million of EBITDA. It's a lot of factors contributing. Yes, the casino did very well. The hotel is under renovation, as you referenced, which is a big negative, which means the future is even brighter from our perspective. The retail was extraordinary this quarter. The gaming was extraordinary. Singapore is a very, very desirable place to visit, and we have the best hotel in the neighborhood. And although the construction clearly is an impediment, it looks to me as though Singapore is on a terrific run and will continue for years to come. We see the $2 billion annualized EBITDA asset and beyond the next 4 or 5 years, growing hopefully another 10 or 15%. And we are speaking with the government, hopefully, when they approve it, to build another tower in Singapore in the future, which would be very additive to our earnings there. So we're raging bulls on Singapore, and we should be.
I want to ask a couple of questions, Rob, if I might. I mean, you mentioned the word luck in explaining something a few moments ago. I guess you work in one of the few industries where a CEO can say, well, it was just luck. It boiled down to luck and be believed. So good for you. Revenues are hot in the casino business for you. I mean, just breathtaking growth in revenues. How do you explain that? And number two, your stock is down about 10% over the past year. How do you explain that, and what are they not crediting you for? Well, the market, that is.
Let me just address the luck issue. Luck perhaps is a misnomer because it really is not a luck business. It's a mathematics-driven business. And in the end, the luck evens out. There's no real luck. You're lucky one day, one place, and not so much in the other. But in the end, the mathematics always prevails. So the luck factor goes away. We don't build these places on luck. As far as the stock price, we just keep our heads down, keep performing. We bought back a lot of shares last quarter. We do our job, which is create lots of EBITDA and then buy back shares and run these businesses to the best of our ability. Our teams perform. And in the end, someday the stock price will reflect the nature of our business. I can't spend every day worrying about the price is up, the price is down. We had great results yesterday. We're very bullish on 2024. And someday the market will recognize what we have here. I can't explain to you why we're pricing like COVID numbers as opposed to pre-COVID. Hard to explain.
Yeah, investors are just not giving you any credit for Macau reopening or the rebound in Singapore. It's clear, although your president and COO said yesterday, but the share price means there's a great buying opportunity, and so we did. Here's $500 million.
Yeah, Patrick referenced $755 million. It's a lot of money, and we'll keep buying back shares because we believe in our company very much.
You talked a bit yesterday about the New York opportunity and the Texas opportunity. Las Vegas Sands now doesn't have domestic operations in the United States, and I know you've put tens of millions of dollars into both of these states in lobbying for a license and whatever. Can you give me a sense about how you think about the development and the way that might ensure that eventually there is a casino license?
Are you talking about New York?
In New York and Texas. I mean, well, Patrick said we're looking forward to building a development there.
Well, we like to be in both places, but for today, New York is in process. The governor herself alluded to it this week as perhaps a decision in 24. As you know, we've acquired the leasehold in Nassau at the Coliseum. It affords us the ability to build a true destination resort of scale and importance and provide tens of thousands of jobs, both construction and operating jobs. So we want to build a five-star hotel, a Canyon Ranch, lots of convention space, and build something very much a very desirable resort in New York. But at least New York has a process in place, and they will make a decision. Texas at this point does not have that. We are working towards encouraging people to think about it, but Texas does not have a process in place today. We'll be patient and we'll be advocates and wait to see how that goes. But New York, we're hoping for a decision because we think we could build something in the $6 billion neighborhood that would be astounding and very, very helpful to tourism in that state and very much a big taxpayer as well. So New York is on the table now. Texas on the table down the road.
There's sharp elbows when it comes to those casino licenses up for grabs in New York. Rob, it's great to see you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Contessa, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good day.
You bet. Same to you. And still ahead, a new appraisal. Americans don't consider home ownership the financial achievement it once was. We will discuss that and much more when Power Lunch continues.
CaptainJimJames.com/hire.
Here we go. 3 minutes left. Several more stories you need to know. Let's get to it right now. Bank of America says it's time to get back to the office, and they mean it. The firm has been sending quote-unquote letters of education. It sounds a little like
Orwellian, a little Orwellian,
yeah, right.
a little Mao
The employees
Zedong.
who have not been showing up in person got these letters that gives them 2 weeks from the date of notification to comply or face further disciplinary action. Apparently, there are some people who've just ignored the back-to-work orders.
Well, do that at Bank of America. All right, let's talk about Costco. We just wrapped up a banner year for hot dogs. The wholesale retailer sold 200 million hot dog combos last year. 200 million, a record for the $1.50 deal, the same price as it's been for nearly 40 years. Now, there is no inflation in wieners, apparently, at Costco. There you go. I said it. Nearly 2/3 of Americans say that buying a home is no longer the measure of achievement it once was. This is according to a new NerdWallet survey. 37% of respondents say they plan on renting forever, with over half saying they don't think they will ever be able to afford home ownership. We'll see.
All right. Lots of excitement about playoffs, of course, in the Super Bowl. DraftKings, FanDuel, Caesars, BetMGM, they get so much attention. But investors might want to watch the tech power behind sportsbooks. Genius Sports is the exclusive NFL data provider. Here it is, publicly traded. It makes money off licensing fees and revenue sharing with the sportsbooks, and it makes 3 times more on in-game bets than pre-game wagers. So it's packaging the football feeds in this unique way with like augmented reality so that viewers can see the odds of a specific play just as it's getting ready to happen. And then they sell that to media companies as well for better audience engagement. And they sell it back to the teams, which want the data to improve their own performance. It's really a duopoly here because Genius's bigger competitor is Sportradar. It has deals with nearly all the other major pro sports leagues and 90% of the sports books. Michael Jordan is a big investor. The stock down almost 9% this week, though on the news that the CFO and the chief strategy officer are both departing, but they have a big international business where they go in, they scoop up the content from a country like
Premier League in soccer.
But even lower, like Colombia. But then what happens is when the sports books expand and they need the content, they have to license it then from Sportradar.
So it's about prop bets or in-game bets is where they...
Well, you know, the prop bets are something separate, and the sports books really do that.
Travis Kelce now has 2 catches in the game or 2 touchdowns. I'm going to bet that he's going to get a
Even
third.
more, like, will he complete this pass to the touchdown? And you can see what are the odds or like what's the chances of this happening. So yeah, there's a lot of engagement around that.
There we go. Thank you all for watching Power Lunch.
And Closing Bell begins right now with Scott Wapner. I hope.
The Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with the state of the rally and whether the market is once again too crowded at the very top. Simply too much money chasing too few.
Trying to buy some calls right here, and I'm on the new Tasty Trade website. That shit sucks. The redesign is even, I don't know if it's even worse than before.
Negative, and as you see at the bottom of your screen there, it's barely positive now. There's no debating what Tesla's doing today. It's having an awful day following its earnings report. That stock, by the way, no longer one of the so-called Magnificent Seven because as its market cap continues to shrink, it's dropped out of the top 10. Humana, another of the day's worst S&P stocks, and that after its guidance came in very disappointing today. We're watching yields, too, following that much better than expected GDP report. You see the 10 years at 4.13, so we're watching all of that. It does take us to our talk of the tape, top-heavy tech, and whether it is time to take some profits in some of the market's biggest winners. Let's ask Light Street's Glenn Kacher. He does join us now live. Welcome back. Happy New Year, and it's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Scott. Thanks for having me on.
So how about that question? Whether there's just simply too much money in too few names in this market, what looked like broadening out really isn't materializing, and we're right back to where we were. What do you think?
Well, I think you have to ask yourself what's driving the market. in our view, the most important trend in technology is the move to artificial intelligence and the importance of the GPU compute infrastructure getting built out over the next 5 to 10 years. That's a really lasting, long-term push by the big platforms in tech. And so there's a lot of opportunity for some of the largest market cap companies.
The question, I guess, as people would, I'm sure, agree with you, because you're in a lot of these names, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, AMD. I mean, these are among your top 10 holdings. The key question, of course, Glenn, is what multiple do you pay for that? Now, how do you respond to those who would say, look, I agree with everything that you said, it's transformational technology, but the multiples have just gotten too stretched?
Well, I think there are cases where some of them are stretched when you look at compare those fundamentals to the growth that these companies are seeing. I'd say within the Magnificent Seven, I'd say Apple sticks out as a company whose growth is moderating dramatically. And I'd say the other would be Tesla, as we're seeing today in the market. So those are two where I think that the fundamentals have slowed down. At the same time, I look at what's happening at Microsoft and NVIDIA and AMD, and I see faster growth happening. And you look at NVIDIA, it hasn't really been cheaper than this for a long time. And there was a lot of skepticism built up by investors, worried that, well, it can't get any better than this. Well, it is getting better. And this is the time to invest. And these are the companies that are powering the move to AI, which is what all the large platforms want to deliver to their end customers.
So I'm going to get to Tesla in a moment, because I do want to talk to you about it. And I did mention that you, of course, own it. But I want to sort of hone in on this idea of whether it's time to take some profits in some of these names, whether they're overbought. I want you to listen to what Josh Brown told me earlier today, Glenn, on the halftime report about selling AMD, a stock he only got into around Halloween, but it's gone crazy since then, so he sold it. Here's what he said, and then I want your take on the other side, please.
This is a stock that's up 81%. AMD hit 78 relative strength index. It's 33% above its 50-day moving average. It's 60% above its 200-day moving average.
What do you do with that?
Sure. Specifically on AMD, I think you're seeing them move into a period where they're going to take a tremendous amount of market share in the GPU business, and specifically at the network level, not for gaming. And so that's a big opportunity for the company. And I think looking at a stock on what it's done over the past 100 days or 200 days or whatever the time frame you want to pick is a very limited way of doing stock analysis. If you want to think about the future and where the stock's going to go in the future, you need to look ahead. You need to look ahead to what the future fundamentals are and what you're paying for them. So while AMD might look expensive today, they are, as I said, seeing major growth. And I think the company's kept a lid on expectations for the MI300 chip shipping into customers like Microsoft and the other hyperscalers. I think in terms of other stock in the Magnificent Seven, we have taken profits. I mean, we did sell our Tesla before the end of the year. We sold our Google as well. And so we have taken profits in places. We don't own Apple and haven't owned it for a while. So at the same time, I think still feel great about Meta, feel great about Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD. Those are a few. I'd say, people talk about the Magnificent Seven. Maybe it's time, frankly, that we move on to something new. And whether that's the Core 4, the AI 5, however, whatever you want to call it, but Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, TSMC, and Broadcom would, to me, be the key 5 names in AI. So there's your AI 5.
Yeah, interesting. We may take you up on that. We'll give you credit. Don't worry if we do. I do want to talk about Tesla, right? You just told our viewers that you no longer own it. I believe you're out completely. Let's just make sure I'm with you.
Yes.
You're out completely?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are we to make today of this dumpster fire around the stock, which really it is, and just how we're supposed to assess where this company is now and where the stock may go from here?
Well, we have to have a little perspective. I mean, they do make the best-selling car in the world in the Model Y. And it's on a gross margin basis and an operating and cash flow basis. It's been a very profitable automaker, which a lot of its competitors, especially traditional OEMs, can't brag about that. So it's a company that is still well positioned for the future. I think the question is, we've seen a slowdown in the overall auto market. That's hit both EVs and traditional ICE cars. And so, but at the, when you see that happen, it's a lot harder when you're coming from a position of having a 50 times PE as opposed to a 4, 5, or 6 PE for the traditional OEMs. So there's the opportunity for multiple compression is really there for a standout company that's been on a tremendous run like Tesla has. So, we're seeing a reset here. I think in the long term, they're still going to be, the number one or two, depending on the battle with BYD in the future, maker of EVs globally. And we do believe long term that that the shift to EVs is still occurring, and it's occurring on an S-curve trajectory for the overall industry.
Yeah. What about Alphabet? Why did you sell that at the end of last year?
Yeah, I think that the cost of them adopting AI is significant in the upfront. It's not clear to us that the adoption of AI into their search business really enhances the revenue per search in the near term and the ability to match ads more efficiently. And so at this period of time, we just wanted to have bigger positions in the companies where we see really established business models with high margins and low multiples, like NVIDIA specifically and TSMC.
Yeah, Palo Alto, you're in as well. You mentioned Taiwan Semi, whose own market cap is now, elevating high as well. Microsoft, $3 trillion in market cap. Did you, in part as well, with parting with Alphabet, just make the decision that Microsoft had essentially won that race?
I don't know that any race has been won yet in AI particularly, but the race that Microsoft has won very clearly over the last 30 years is in productivity applications. And you look at the way the average business uses Microsoft and how important it is to them. Their email is coming in, they're creating documents, whether it's Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and other applications. And we look at forward and think that AI, every piece of data that comes into your organization is going to go through AI. And that's going to happen at Microsoft on their servers as you're using Office 365. And then to the extent you're sending out information, that's going to go through AI. And it's really going to guide the worker today, the knowledge worker, on how to spend their time and what to focus on. And the potential value add for Microsoft is tremendous. I don't think that value add has really shown up yet in their earnings estimates. And so we think that the stock is, while it's not necessarily cheap for the growth, we think that the growth in the coming years is going to be far higher than what people are looking for today.
Let's talk about a couple of stocks that are, not usually on our radar, but are certainly on yours because they are among your top 10 holdings. GitLab, GTLB. Why do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very important platform for companies building the next generation of applications. And so when we're looking at software companies, we want to invest in companies whose products are really critical and necessary and can't be turned off. And if you're a developer of software, whether it's GitLab or whether it's JFrog, these are incredibly important pieces of technology and infrastructure for building your core business applications that you're sending to customers and maintaining. And so those are the kinds of critical applications that we want to be investors in.
You own the JFrog company that you just mentioned too, correct? It's Frog is the ticker.
We do, yes.
So let me ask you more broadly about your market view, and I want you to react to another soundbite, if you would. It's from the very well-known market watcher Ed Yardeni, who is as bullish as anybody. Okay, he came on with me the other day and just sort of wonders out loud whether there's too much exuberance in the market right now, and if we're at the start of something that could get a little dangerous later. Listen.
Look how much the market has come up since October of last year, which I think is roughly when everybody concluded that the Fed was done raising interest rates, and then suddenly the conversation became about lowering interest rates. Imagine what could happen if the Fed actually starts lowering interest rates. That's what I'm concerned about, is that could spark a melt-up in the market.
You share Ed's thoughts, Glenn, or no?
Yeah, I think look, we're always cautious about stocks going up too fast and over representing the current case for their earnings or for market multiples. So I think when we put our macroeconomic hat on, we're looking at that. I look at that said, I look at 2024 and I see a marginally improving economy. I see pretty strong government spending that's unlikely to be pulled back in an election year. And I feel like, things are pretty good. And I think the market has responded to that, though, at this point. So you have to say, hey, do you want to load up your portfolio today after a strong end of last year and beginning of this year in certain names? That's for you to decide, or for the investor to decide for themselves, dollar cost average into opportunities. But when I put on my long-term hat in our sector and I say, what's really happening in technology, the investment in AI and the infrastructure underneath of AI, we're building the bridges, the tunnels, and the railroads for information over the next decade. And it's a race. There's a race aspect to it for the big companies that already have a lot of customers, data, and capital. They don't want to lose that race. They want to provide their end customers with solutions, with AI solutions. And in order to do that, Microsoft and Google and Facebook and Oracle, they need to spend, SAP. So you're seeing them spend dramatically on AI infrastructure, and you're starting to see, real anecdotal information about success with AI investment, whether it be from SAP or ServiceNow. And I think it's still early at Microsoft, but you're going to see real value being added to their end customers. I'm going to
welcome in. I'm sorry. I'm going to welcome in a couple others in just a second, but quickly, just to tie this up, what does your overall exposure look like? Just so I have an idea of, how long you are, where you currently are positioning here in this market.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're at the high end of our normal ranges. We do have a hedge fund product. We also have a long-only product. So the long-only product's fully invested in the hedge fund products at the higher end of the net exposure category. I think the most important exposures is our exposure to semis and then to hyperscalers in the sector. That's where we want to focus our capital.
I got you. Let's welcome in Joe Terranova now of Virtus Investment Partners, Stephanie Link of Hightower, both, of course, CNBC contributors. Steph, I'll go to you first. I know you listened to the conversation with Glenn. Just give me your thoughts on, where he is in the market, whether you agree with it. You may not be as overweight some of these hyperscalers, if you will, in AI, but he laid out a number of reasons in terms of why he thinks these are the stocks that are going to do best.
Sure. Well, I mean, we always talk about total addressable markets, and I think the discussion was really about that. You have to be, though, diversified, and that I am not in a lot of the Mag 7, but I am playing some of the same themes within technology, just with different names that are not as owned, right? So I do own Amazon. That was a big purchase. I was recently buying Broadcom. That was a big purchase. But in terms of the other Mag 7s, I only really own Alphabet, and I'm slightly underweight. So I think there's other ways you can win in technology, again, with the same themes. As I mentioned, Broadcom, certainly it's the data center, cloud, AI, networking. And it's cheap. It's not expensive at 24 times, given the growth. But I also own other things. We can talk about IBM. That's very under-owned, and it was a solid quarter, but really good free cash flow. CDW, I'm playing a bottoming in the PC cycle. And Lam Research, I'm playing the wafer fab equipment spend, and that's increasing. And the company raised their guidance on wafer fab equipment for the third time in the last 3 quarters. And so I think there are places you can be in tech. But I also think that just given the Goldilocks number we saw today in GDP with better growth and lower inflation, that is going to translate into a broadening out of better earnings across a lot of different sectors. And so you know that I have been very much diversified and spending my time and energy on other parts of the market, because I think that's where the value really is.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, Glenn's really in the epicenter of this AI revolution. You are in many respects, too. What do you make of what he said?
Think about where we would be today, January of 2024, without the revelation in 2023 of this advancement of innovation from artificial intelligence to generative AI. I couldn't possibly imagine where the capital markets, in fact, would be. I think it's something that we need to embrace. I think Glenn is spot on. You have to think about this innovation with a mindset of where will we be 3 to 5 years from now. You have to understand that the companies that are spending, they are the world's financially strongest corporation, and that should give you the confidence. So that innovation is real. The innovation extends. Really, the sweet spot is the semis, and we've talked about that at length. I agree with Stephanie. I think Broadcom is such a fairly valued and an ideal way to play the growth of generative AI. But you could also look at Cadence Design Systems, which we really don't talk about very much, but think about the software that's needed to actually develop the semiconductor, and that's in fact what CDNS is doing. So you have to think about the long term. As it relates to the near term, Scott, look, the market had a very powerful breakout that was built upon systematic buying last Friday. We went from 4,800 up to 4,903 as I sat here with you yesterday on halftime very quickly. It appears to me that systematic buying has kind of disappeared. I don't think you can expect that you're going to see that buying present on breakouts anymore. I think what's critical in the near term for the markets is the buy the dip mentality still there? And the buy the dip mentality appears to still be in place.
Hey, Glenn, let's talk cyber for a moment, because it's an area that everybody in this conversation is in, but me, of course. You got Palo Alto.
Just a note here, if you're watching down below, Intel parked on its hourly trigger, and then we have the nice bounce down here on Visa down below to the upside. Nice squeeze going higher right now. If you took that long with me, congratulations.
Even though those companies, the leaders, are likely to, be able to adopt AI and utilize that in their business, that's great. But for now, I prefer to own the core infrastructure names, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, TSMC, and Avago, rather than one of the companies like Palo Alto that might be able to apply some of that learning. I want to just own those core infrastructure names in AI.
Glenn, it's Joe. We're using this word euphoria quite a bit in the last several days. Would you assign the word euphoria to the investment thesis surrounding cybersecurity? Because myself personally, I'm pretty heavily invested there. Scott mentioned CrowdStrike. I also have Palo Alto, and we do have Fortinet in the ETF.
I don't know that I would use that word. I mean, this is a sector that's been incredibly important. If you do any survey of CIOs, it's in the top 3 and has been for the last decade. So this is not a flash in the pan. This is not a euphoric situation. You've seen over the years the news stories around vulnerabilities, break-ins to companies, and then holding companies hostage over the weekend and having them pay with crypto to free their data so that their businesses don't get interrupted. Those are all very real threats and risks, and companies can't afford to have those situations happen. So they're doing everything they can to prevent them from occurring. And so I like the sector. It's just I like the core semis better than the application group of network security.
These are those critical decisions, Steph, that you all as investors have to make, whether it's, Josh selling AMD, whether it's Glenn selling Palo Alto, whether it's you selling Meta. There are a select group of stocks that I guess you all have determined have just gone up too much too fast, but there are many others who are in similar standing. These are, I don't know how you come to the decisions that you do to, pick one of those names and decide, you know what, enough is enough. And we may be at the point now where investors are assessing their own portfolios and their gains in some of these stocks, and they're like, I don't really know what to do.
The hardest thing to do is selling a stock. It's much easier, in my opinion, to buy a stock. So, but I think when you have a stock that's up 175, 80%, you have some of these stocks that are up 200%. I mean, you just can't be that greedy. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to sell the entire position, but I think you have to right-size it. At one point last year, Meta was 9% of my portfolio. I'm not comfortable with that. Some people are, but I'm not. And I think that stock now, by the way, trades at 27 times forward estimates. That's basically where it's traded at its historical average. I was buying it when it was at 13 times. And so, yeah, you have seen these multiple re-ratings on these stocks. And I understand, again, the total addressable markets are real. They're big time. But I'm trying to find maybe either some laggards or some less popular companies. I'm going to stick with something like Fortinet, just because you guys were just talking about cyber. It's $1 trillion total addressable market, and there really are only 5 big players that I think are going to ultimately be the winners. Fortinet was a horrible stock last year, and so I'm playing for mean reversion. It trades at half the multiple that to Palo Alto and the group, and it really has lagged again year to date. So I'm thinking that the trends are going to continue to be very powerful in cybersecurity. I'm trying to find a laggard, a reversion to the mean story, a turnaround story. It's definitely a show me story, but I do think I'll make some money in that because I like the end market as a whole.
Glenn, last word to you. Base case soft landing, is that where you're at now?
I'd say so, yeah. We reevaluate at the end of the year, post the election, but we feel, strong about the economy and even better about the investment in the core semiconductor universe.
Good stuff, everybody. Appreciate it. Glenn, your time very much. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Glenn Kacher, Light Street. Steph, thank you. Joe Turnover, thank you as well. We have breaking news out of the auto space. Who else but Phil LeBeau to deliver it for us, Phil?
Hey, Scott, take a look at shares of General Motors. Why are we showing you GM? Remember its subsidiary Cruise and the accident that happened in early October where a Cruise vehicle, autonomous drive vehicle without a driver, hit a pedestrian in San Francisco, ultimately dragged the pedestrian about 20 feet. Well, ultimately that led to an investigation by regulators in San Francisco, and they were not happy with the response of the Cruise management and executives to their inquiry. So GM has done an outside investigation of what happened. Did we give the right information to the regulators in California? And the outside firm has completed a report saying that the Cruise officials, executives who were meeting with California regulators, they did not intentionally mislead regulators, but they did not do a good job in terms of being as forthcoming and volunteering what information might help the regulators as they were determining what was happening. Bottom line is this. They have decided there was no intent to mislead regulators, but that could have been done far better. Remember, the Cruise CEO was dismissed. A number of other executives were let go. And General Motors is going to use this report, just put out a statement saying this is not how we intend to do business. They're going to use this report as they discuss and decide what's the next step in terms of when to potentially return to service with Cruise autonomous vehicles. That's the story as you take a look at shares of GM. Scott, back to you.
All right, Phil, I appreciate that very much. Phil LeBeau with the latest there. We're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Up next, Intel reporting results in overtime. We will hear from star chip analyst Stacy Rasgon with his expectations for the numbers. He says it's a make or break year for that company. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. Back with Stacy after this.
Early market on close imbalance.
We're back. Let's send it to Christina Partsinevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Christina?
And I'm going to start with the world's largest equipment rental company. Leading the S&P 500 today, United Rentals is up about 13% after upping its 2024 guidance. Management citing broad-based demand across end markets. United Rentals also plans to purchase or repurchase $1.5 billion of common stock this year and upped its dividend by 10% to $1.63. And of course, investors love that. And right behind United Rental in the top gainers club is American Airlines. Its 2024 profit guidance beat Wall Street expectations, with the carrier citing strong demand over Thanksgiving as well as the holiday season. And they also saw a big bump in international travel as more Americans consider overseas travel. And you can see shares up almost 10%.
All right, Christina, we'll see you in just a bit. Thank you, Christina Partsinevelos. Intel reporting earnings in overtime today. That stock sharply underperforming the semi-surge this month. Our next guest has some key questions for the company this quarter that could reveal whether a turnaround is in fact in the cards. Let's bring in Bernstein senior analyst Stacy Rasgon. Good to see you. Welcome back.
Good to be here.
You call this a make or break year for this company, so does it begin with a bang or a thud?
No, I actually think they're going to miss the guide in Q1. Now, I think most people expect them to miss. Q4 PCs were not so great, and you have to remember they still fully consolidate Mobileye. And Mobileye had an enormous negative pre-announcement. I had to take hundreds of millions of dollars out of my Mobileye numbers for Q1, so they're probably going to miss Q1. I don't know that that's where people are looking at. Like I said, there's a lot going on with Intel this year. I do think it's a make or break. Lots of different events. They're going to start splitting out their manufacturing business and the FPGA business as separate segments in Q1. They've got new data center products coming out, especially into the back half with Granite Rapids, and we'll see if that starts to reverse the share loss trends that we've had, which have actually been accelerating in recent quarters. We'll see if there's anything behind their AI narrative. Clearly, there are other players where the AI narrative seems to be stronger. I think the PC trajectory should be better year over year, but it's still open for debate. They got a bunch of cost reductions they're trying to push through, and we'll see if they can still execute on process and foundry, and there's just lots going on this year. It's going to be an interesting year.
But I mean, you just said that the PC thing is still up for debate. I thought we had decided that PCs have bottomed. Are you questioning that now?
Well, they probably have. Again, year over year, we're looking better, and they were flushing out inventory in 23, so that it should be better year over year in 24. But I think in the near term, it doesn't look quite as strong. Like I said, the numbers that came out in Q3, they were down a bit sequentially, a little below seasonal, still way up year over year. But on a relative basis in the near term, they maybe weren't so great. You get into the second half, and people start to look at, I don't know if AI PCs are going to do anything, but you'll have that. And you got there's a Windows end of life that'll be coming up next year that may start to drive demand in the back half. So we'll see how it goes. It should be better this year than last year.
But I mean,
we'll see.
I'm confused. I mean, if you expect a miss, and I mean, you know this company better than anybody, why is the stock up 50% in 3 months?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I don't exactly know why it went to 50. I'll be honest. I do think that a miss on the guide for Q1 is widely anticipated, though. I think people are expecting, and that could be part of it, right? You figure you kind of clear the deck, and again, if you're positive on these other trends going forward, they've got other events happening in Q1. They'll have a foundry event and a bunch of other stuff. Maybe people are looking for hope. We had the foundry announcement with UMC this morning. They've been talking really good things in general about the process roadmap and all of that. So they're still giving you little nuggets you can dream about if you want to dream. I look at it, though, I'll be honest. And again, I've said this before, we mellowed on it a little bit. We did upgrade it last year. Fine.
Somewhat reluctantly. I mean, as upgrades go.
Look, this year, there's a lot going on. They need to execute on all of it. And the stock's 26 times earnings. It's not like that there's a ton of valuation support. And I suspect numbers are going to come down before they start going up. So I'm very comfortable right now being on the sidelines with it.
All right. We'll see you soon. Stace, thanks. That's Stacey Gascon. Yeah, by the way, don't miss John Ford's first on CNBC interview tonight with Pat Gelsinger. You hear part of that conversation, 7 o'clock Eastern time as part of Last Call. All right, up next, Apple making some key changes to its overseas app store. The details and what it could mean for the future of Apple's services growth just after the break. Closing bells coming right back.
Brr, baby, brr. Can I get a bird of 4900? Brr, baby, brr. Print it for daddy, 4900.
Total money market fund assets fell
$1.39
billion to $5.96 trillion.
Visa right now also squeezing higher on a 4-trigger cluster. Intel parked right now in its hourly. Also note that QQQs is coming into its hourly trigger. You might want to take the money and run there soon at 426.46. SPX with the 4,900 pin, baby. Who asked earlier, what is a pin and why is it there and why does it matter? Who asked that question? Good job, whoever asked that question out there earlier. Good job, good job, good job. I'm going to check the, let me just check something here for a moment here. Man, what time does Intel report earnings? You know, like sometimes we sit here in earnings season and it's like, oh, so ready for this? Intel does not, their call is at 5 p.m. They're always so mysterious. You know, it's like, oh, we're going to announce our earnings last week, the last day. So Intel doesn't look like they report until 5 p.m. Let me see here. Now that's their call is at 5 p.m. It doesn't say what time that says the call is at 5 p.m. Now I don't know if the numbers come out at 4. We'll listen closely to Financial
Apple
Juice.
announcing some major changes to its App Store and other services for consumers in Europe. Our Steve Kovac is here with the details. So what's this all about?
Yeah, there goes the wall guarded, at least
The
in
call
Europe, Scott. This is
on
some huge
Visa
changes
is at
and
5 p.m. as well, but I don't. 2 times to the people in back. So now it's not saying what time they actually give the numbers. The numbers are going to matter. We'll listen while listening closely here. I'm going to leave Financial Juice up. Maybe they can give us an idea here on if we at least get the numbers at 4 p.m. If they don't, if you want, I can leave the chat or I can leave the stream up if they don't until 5. So if you're trading Visa and INTC, you can at least check in and watch the price action. So I will leave the stream up today until 5 p.m. I'll stop back in around 5 p.m. if anything else happens. So the 4,900 pin is real. There is a question here after the bell. If there'll be some resistance on SPX or SPY due to the 4,900 pin, even if you get a good report from Visa and INTC, there's a little bit more room above here to 49.10 for a squeeze. So if you're looking for a trade, here after the bell, it would be right here to 49 on SPY 490.24. This is where the SPX pin is right here on R1. Now, are you guys following me on this? So whatever my point here is that by 4:15 p.m. we should pull back if they give the numbers at 4. We should pull back whatever winning Visa and let's say INTC and Visa has a great ER report, that all that should come back due to the pin. So I would be wary of trading Visa and INTC synthetically into tomorrow if they have good reports. That it would all come back. It's possible it could come back even on the bell. So let's say SPX is cranking in the morning, it could pull down by the open. So I'll just be wary. Visa can still run. INTC can still run if they're bullish. But that might not translate well to the Qs or to SPX or SPY. And this sucks too. The early MOC imbalance is 21 million to the buy side. Now that does change as time progresses. So slight buying into the close here today. Expectations for tomorrow is that pin to 4,900. So what would I say to you? You guys want expectations for tomorrow? I'm going to give them to you right now. If we get bad reports from Visa and INTC, I would be interested in buying a dip on the open tomorrow. If we close today at 4,900, I would expect us to open flat and begin to sell into the weekend. So is there a trade to the upside for tomorrow? I wouldn't take one. It might go up, but the edge, you don't have an edge here of it going up is my point. So I would be sitting on my hands today at 415 on the indexes. I would be long personally on INTC and Visa. Well, INTC or Visa, I like the idea of an outside the money strangle. And on Visa, I like the idea of possibly some zero-date calls. Well, not zero-date, their next expiry calls. Now, that's all gambling lotto shit. That's it. That's not like, hey, you should be trading this. If anything, you should not ever be trading zero dates on earnings calls. Now, for SPY at least, I would be sitting on my hands and on the open tomorrow looking for where price is. If price is up at that 4,900, I'd really like to sell the open to the closing bell as that gamma wears off into the end of the week. Now, if we open on poor returns or poor ER calls on Visa and INTC, and you see a fall in SPX or Qs, I would love to buy that open tomorrow in the morning. Yeah, there's a magnet here. Like, if we squeeze above that 4,900, it should come back down. Is my point. If we sell 4,900, it should gravitate back up. Should. Is there market? Are there market actions that could break through the 4,900 or blast down? Of course, it's only as good as the paper that it's written on. We do have some divergence here today. If you keep watching, we have failed to make new highs. So just looking back here, failure to make a high, failure to make a high, failure to make a high, another failure to make a high at the moment. We have some gamma rolling off into Friday. Could lend a little bit of weakness as we head into the weekend. I'm not expecting, even my bearishness on SPX is not huge. Let's take a look at something really quick. So when we talk about, as someone said yesterday, Cap was bearish on Friday. I was bearish and I'm still bearish.
Early market on close imbalance, 21 million to the buy side.
But my bearishness is not probably the bearishness that you're thinking of. So we're gonna talk about that bearishness that I have. So that bearishness, we set up a put spread for the end of the month into January, okay? And we're gonna talk about why I have that bearishness right now, and we're gonna talk about the context of that bearishness, but what it ultimately leads to. Let me see if I can take you over there really quick. So right here, right? I am, hold on here, clear all that out. So I am bearish here only into the 19th, I believe, trading day. Now, of course, we're going up in the face of that right now, right? And if you remember on Friday, I said to you, we'll build a put spread that accounts for this not happening here, right? For a squeeze higher. So what we said was we'll build a put spread for 490 down to 475 into the 17th trading day of the month. Now, I'm still looking for that roll down here into the end of the month here, but I'm still not that bearish. I'm actually looking for a much larger trade into the 14th of February up here. I'm also going to show you briefly NDX and their seasonality, and they weren't expected to have that major pullback. Their pullback was more of like a sideways action. See it back here? Now, they've traded way out of that range at this point. This actually looks like tech could trade sideways at this point, currently at least. Or if there is a pullback, you would see something like a down move and then a ricochet back up, or the amplification to the upside on their seasonality chart for 4 Qs at least. Let me switch back over here. So currently, you're always beard up. Checks the hot guy calendar. I got to set that hot guy calendar up, by the way. So for me, at least, there's a pin here at 4,900 heading into Friday. I'm looking to trade Friday's open. If we're up high, selling. If we're down low, buying. Now, as we enter into the close tomorrow, there should be some of that gamma rolling off, so we could get a nice bloodbath as we head into the 4 p.m. hour. It all depends on positioning tomorrow. I am fascinated here to see what happens on INTC and V for after hours, because so far most of these tickers have been in line. Generally speaking, if they're selling into big tech or big names, they continue to sell in this earnings season. And generally, if they're leading up, running the stock price up into these earnings, as long as they give a whiff of neutrality in their reports and their guidance, the stock price will go up for some kind of monetization. Unlike previous earnings seasons, it's been pretty consistent so far. We haven't had anything crazy happen at this point for expectations. You guys have any questions off the top of your head in these last 10 minutes? If you have any questions for me, let me know. Also, Stimpy, if you're out there listening to the broadcast right now, I just sent you an email. If you can check that email and get back to me, I would appreciate it. Oh, crude oil. Sorry about that, Thurston. I apologize. I didn't see you earlier, man. I want you guys to, I got to tell you guys something. So I have a real-time chat directly on YouTube and Twitch that I can see, and then, but I don't have it open at the moment. I have a chat on Streamlabs, and that chat on Streamlabs is sometimes delayed. So if you were asking me earlier, I may have just missed it due to a delay. So I apologize. It's really weird. Like YouTube and Twitch fight.
1.8 billion to the buy side.
So right here on CL, okay, what you guys want to see a quick CL? No problem. I got that for you guys. Let's go to why is my camera
Eastern
off
time,
here?
we get Intel's.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Why is my camera
now
off?
only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, whatever. The camera's off.
An estimated revenue at $15.11 billion.
Oh, it might be overheated. These the Sony A6000 is a great camera, but if I got the heat cranking, it does not like it. Now do we have any drawings? We got 0 drawings here. Oh, Jesus. Look at CL, man. Woof. CL, let's take a look at it. Let's have a look at CL. We have some beautiful, beautiful consolidation down here in a 30-minute basis. Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Always like to see this price action on a 30-minute basis. Always love it. We're coming into right now your first resistance right here. We have never made an attempt at this. Okay, right there, bam. That's your first resistance right there. Your second resistance to the upside is right here, right up there. So that's your second target. Your next target, the big boy, is up here. Let's just get right on it. That's your real target up there. 89.40. You've got some minor ones down here. It's like one here, here, and here. We could put these in. This one here should be red. That's your actual target right there. And then we got another one right here. All this is gorgeous, by the way. This is a 30-minute basis. Looks great right here. All this right here is all nice. Inverse head and shoulders. Price underneath the daily trigger. Daily trigger flattening out right here. That's nice to see right there. Flattening of the daily trigger. That all looks good. We're now testing right now resistance at on the 1 minute, or excuse me, the weekly trigger, and we have an extension possible to 78.31. So you might get a little bit more right here. I am going to expect a pullback though on this right here. I'm going to show you this. Now, even though I'm saying this because price is above, I'm going to say a couple things here. I got to be tactful in how I say this. On light sweet crude, right? As long as price remains, get your pencils and paper out. I'll just write this in here for you. As long as price remains above 75.39, I am a buyer. Does that work? As long as price remains above 79.35, I am a buyer. And what does that mean? That means that you would expect a pullback and an attack of the monthly trigger. Okay? Right there. And that's it. I would expect a pullback from there down, believe it or not, to the daily trigger. You might go right there and then there, right there, okay? But even saying that, I'm going to expect 1, 2, 3, and then you get the break higher to attack right there, okay? And I'm going to show you how this works right here. You're going to get price. It's going to blast up, come down, rest on the hourly trigger. You'll get a rejection, and in a week or so, 1, 2, you'll get that break higher right there, right? 3, 4, 5. You'll then be above the daily trigger and the weekly trigger, and that will give you the momentum that you need to smash above and now target your next level of 81.50.
At 4
From
p.m.
there,
Eastern time, get Intel's fourth quarter 2023
I'm going
earnings,
to expect price to come
EPS
back
at
down, believe it or
46
not,
cents,
again.
and estimated revenue at
And you're going to get an explosive
$15.11
move
billion.
to the upside. And you will then attack that one right there. Okay? And so on and so forth down the line right there. Okay? Does you get what I'm saying there? And then you're going to come back down over here. Whoop. And you're going to get that one right there. And then that one right there. And there you go. That's how you get there. Do you see, though, that you need the consolidation period down here and the daily trigger to catch up, okay? So let's just watch that. This will actually take more time, believe it or not. The way I'm scaling it, it's going to take more time, but you basically get the gist right here, right? This one right, this bad boy right here. Whoop. I could probably chart this out in a better way. Hold on here. In a more meaningful way. slide all that over right there. If I had like an extra half an hour or so, I'd do a better job of this. Move that over right there. Something like that, okay? Bam, 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 and then bam. You need time here for momentum to carry you up there, okay? Now, if you have the hourly trigger here, and as long as we stay above that and the daily trigger and this little consolidation here, I am pretty bullish here. Ultimately, the price target that I have here, as long as we do not break below 73.37, price target upside $89 on SPY. It's not SPY, on CL. $357. Show me that 4,900 pin, baby. Show it to me. Make it go blur. Don't forget to take the money and run here. Oh, yeah. Stretching walls. I love it when I go long and then Cap comes on and says, I'm going to buy some calls here. Best indicator ever. Shoot. Come on, turn that camera on.
Shortly expecting Intel's fourth quarter 2023 earnings, and at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we get Visa's Q1 2023 earnings, estimated EPS at $2.34, and estimated revenue at $8.57 billion.
Where's my camera at? Nice trade today, dude. I'm stoked. Stoked here. Why is INTC not coming up here? As being charted. I charted this shit earlier. Come on now. We're going to switch screens here. Hang tight here. I got you guys covered here. Hold on a second. That's it. There we go. There we go.
AI revenue, $4 billion. That's a miss on estimates of $4.08 billion. Mobileye revenue at $637 million. That's a beat on estimates of $627.2 million.
Visa, baby, ripping.
Adjusted EPS at 13 cents. That's a miss on estimates of 34 cents. Sees first quarter adjusted revenue at $12.2 billion to $13.2 billion. That's
Dude, why is INTC not charted here? So bizarre.
Unlock further efficiencies in 2024.
Intel. Why is Intel not? Dude, do I have the wrong fucking? Shit! I think I got the wrong goddamn.
First quarter adjusted growth.
Oh God.
5% in line with estimate. Sorry, that's a miss on estimates of 45.5%.
Let's watch INTC. Oh shit! We got a miss on Visa. Miss on Visa. Can put these up for you right now. Let me get some of these targets for you here. Oh no, they got a beat. Intel beat. So Intel beat. It was the revs were 15.41 billion, estimated 15.17 billion on Intel. So Intel's got a beat. What is going on here? Why do I have these screwy ass?
Dropped 7% after sales forecast trails estimates.
I got some screwy shit going on my side down here. I got some real wonky shit going on.
Adjusted EPS at 54 cents, a beat on estimates of 44 cents.
Did Mobileye beat? I didn't know Mobileye was today. Nobody said anything about Mobileye. Dude, why did I type in Intel and not INTC? Like, that is so fucked up that I did that. God damn it. I wasn't paying attention earlier. Nobody caught that but me, right? We got Visa returning to the scene of the crime right now. Visa with another green bar here above after the bell currently. Dude, is this? Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. We got INTC up. Come on, INTC.
Shortly expecting Visa's first quarter.
Intel's got a beat here.
Earnings.
Adjusted EPS 54 cents. Estimated 44 cents. Data center and AI revs, slight miss. 4 billion revs versus estimated 4.08 billion revs. Client computer revenue 8.48, estimated 8.42. So there's a beat there. Mobileye revs 637 million, estimated 627 million. Dude, Mobileye, dude, I love Mobileye. They should always beat. Sees first quarter adjusted EPS 13C versus estimated 34C. So Intel doing pretty good here. Hopefully we'll see a better reaction on Intel. Visa doing well right now. I like Mobileye. You know what sucks about Mobileye is that Mobileye is that they trade like fucking coin, which sucks. Like coin is like they make more. The more volatility, the more money they make. But of course, the stock market doesn't like coin. It doesn't like Mobileye. Yeah, I got Intel earnings here. Let me show you that. Let me see if I can show you this right here. Yeah, I've been an owner of Mobileye stock. I'm losing stuff here. I'm losing the stream here. What the fuck is going on? I'm losing the stream here. I got some shit going on here. So here's your Intel beat here. Let me show you this. Whoop. Dude, what is going on? I got some wonky shit going on in the background here. USB device not recognized. What the fuck is going on? Here's your report for INTC. I got some real wonkiness going on here. We got the stream's crashing, bro. Let's try that again. Oh, shit, that ain't happening, is it? I'm having some problems here in the background. All right.
Seeing Visa's earnings coming in. EPS at $2.39, a beat on estimates of $1.99. Adjusted EPS at $2.41. That's a beat on estimates of $2.34.
There goes Visa right there.
$8.6 billion. That's a beat on estimates of $8.57
Expected range on Visa is 277.39.
$7.5 billion. That's a miss on estimates.
So far, they've got sellers right above on the on R3
at constant currency plus 16%.
Looks like they're taking the money already on Visa. Intel, no reaction here, no positive reaction here yet on INTC. I know. I got like hot sauce going on here. Not good sauce, bad sauce. I got like my computer's crashing here in the background. I got a fucking camera crashing. I'm fucking charting Intel, but not INTC. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Visa boo.
Visa first quarter payment volume $3.28 trillion. That's in line with estimates of $3.28
Fucking Intel, man. Fucking dog Intel. I hate Intel. I used to trade it. What a fucking annoying ticker.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest?
If any of you have ever traded Intel, oh, what a dog.
Payrolls, then sign up today and get our special offer on Financial Juice Pro for
Hey, all cap stuff, go home, you're drunk.
Price of 1 month and save 92%.
All right, so we got some reports here earlier. Intel miss. I got Intel as beating. Do we have something missed? I don't have Intel. I thought they said they missed, but they didn't. They missed slightly. They didn't really miss their revs for AI. They came in line. They're basically in line. Levi down 5%. I think they report today as well. Off the top of my head, I thought they reported today. I like jeans. Yeah, we got Timas today. What else we got here? Trading Penny said I fell asleep too. All right. I can't even, look at that. I can't even show a picture of myself here. I will see all of you tomorrow at 9:30. We got the reports that we're looking for. Oh, new CEO coming in for Levi's. I will see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Remember what I said? Number one, did you guys close your calls on fucking SPY or no? Hopefully you did. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking right. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll turn it all. I'm going to do the, I'm going to do with the, what support does. Turn it all off and turn it back on. So I'll see all of you guys. I'm kind of happy because I just made some money. I'm so fucking upside down right now. I need to get drunk, dude. I haven't gotten drunk since did I? Oh, I got drunk last weekend. I can't get drunk. I haven't been drinking, so last time I got drunk was fucking Detroit. That Detroit Lions. So I got to save it for when the Lions play this weekend. Dude, is that America's team or what right now? If any of you guys are from around the country supporting the Lions, thank you very much. We need it. We need it. The city of Detroit appreciates your support right now. I'm being serious there. They really do. Detroiters, man, if you guys are supporting Detroit, I would love to see Lions, Ravens. I got friends here, man. I'm from Boston. Okay, I'm from the city of Boston, and to be a football fan and a baseball fan for a long time sucked. And I'm watching Detroit fans go through this right now, this same thing with the Lions. Some of them are pumped, and some of them can't enjoy the ride. So any support you can lend out there in social media, be like, go Detroit, go Lions. They really need to hear that right now. Yeah, and if you're from the North, if you're a part of the NFC North, Minnesota fans, Zedlex, we really appreciate the NFC North support right now. And I've noticed that too. I really love all of you in the North. Bears, Minnesota, Green Bay, all of you. I really appreciate the noticeable support from the NFC North for the Detroit Lions right now. Appreciate it. Really, really do. And I want to see like a Ravens Lions. I want to see Ravens Lions, dude. Like the Midwest would love it. Baltimore would love it. It would be smash mouth football, man. Just smash old school in the face of the no-hit league, in the face of the quarterback run, high point scoring teams being constantly like I'm shitting on Tom Brady, right? Like the NFL is all geared towards, pass for 50 points every game. It would be great to see the Ravens play the Lions. The Bears. Go Pack. All right. I will see all of you tomorrow, 9:30, baby. We should do a watch part. I think I got plans for the game. What up, Trading Pennies, baby? JP in the house. JP in the house, my brother. I see that. Appreciate the support in the stream, my man. Sam, sorry, I've been slammed, Sam. I will be calling you. INTC coming back right now quietly underneath the covers here. Look at INTC making its way back to the upside right